Hello again. So I keep saying quick videos and stuff, but they never seem to be. But I really want this to be a quick video. The picture, screenshot, whatever you call it, is not exactly what I want to talk about, but it's as close as I could get. That you could have the Homer Brown, Warm Waters, and the Blaze. Forrest said, "Hi NFJ, how you doing?" He didn't say that. He didn't say, "Hi NFJ, how you doing?" Excuse me. He said, what did he say? He had 109 rules. Hey Neo, how you doing? And Redneck, hi, blimey. Hope you're all well. So he had 109 rules. And if a rule became better, it would move up. So, you know me, I'll look at what words mean. And I'm sure if you've seen the picture at the front and the writing at the front, you'll see that a rule is obviously ABCs, a solve, a hint, a clue, a key, and many other synonyms. So, square. What if Forrest had 109 solves instead of 109 rules? It's just possible that you could have 109 people that had a solve and it was different than somebody else's, but there was 109 of them. And you'd have obviously the one at the top, and then you'd have all the others. So you'd have the solves that are right and the solves that are correct. So if rules are clues, there are 9 rules in the poem that you must follow precisely. And those rules could, if you think or deem them to be more important, could move higher up the poem. And I don't know how many times I've said this. And I don't know why. Well, I know why Forrest said that an American searcher isn't going to solve this. I don't know how many times I've said this and why it doesn't ring home. Why it doesn't sit in somebody's mind and say, oh yeah, that's obvious, that is. Why didn't I think of that? I'm not saying it's old. I'm saying, Forrest said, hey Zozo, how's it going? Sober Mario. Yeah, it's because if anybody knows me, they know that when people are being arsey and not very nice, I tend to be the mirror. And I behave in a way that should let them think, this is how you behave. So when I do angry souls and to the point souls, they should be looking in the mirror and going, is that how I sound? When I talk to people, when I say, no, your soul's wrong. Your soul's wrong. I know what Forrest said. He never said that. Or in that way, and he never meant that. You're just being silly. You people that are shouting and saying that your solve is correct, you are being silly. So I thought I'd be silly with them. And then my somber bit, because I'm quite a funny bloke, really. My somber bit is because I don't want people thinking that I'm telling them what to do or what to think or how to act. But it beggars belief. When I talk to Davey about the things that I've found and how they relate to what Forrest said, this astounds me, and is part of the Forrest. I don't know who's who in the zoo, and I don't know who to say what to. I can't remember how I put that email, but it was basically like, I'm not telling anybody anything because I don't know who's who. And when I finished searching, I sent Forrest an email saying that I'm not searching anymore. It's not because I thought the chase was over. It's because there's nothing anybody can do. This will end when it ends. And this is about Forrest, no one else. So it ends when it ends, and Forrest gets the accreditation, or whatever the word is, that, I can't think of a really good word that will be what Forrest gets. Let's get back to where we were. So, Forrest, these statements I keep going over and over, and nobody turns around and says, oh yeah. Probably one of the most important statements that Forrest makes. Well, two. If I told you, no, just this one. If I told you the home of Brown, you'd go right straight to it. Why don't people understand that statement? If I told you the home of Brown, you'd go right straight to it. Why doesn't anybody understand that statement? Now, either they don't understand it, or they're part of the team Forrest that is supposed to create the chaos in the chase so nobody knows what's going on. But then these same people are putting out their souls as being the correct soul. There's no need for it. There's absolutely no need for it. So, again, for people like Troy who's put a soul vote, and Granny, and all of those people that put out these things and say, and Greg and everyone else, I'm not being nasty to them. I'm just saying. Here's a statement from Forrest Fenn. If you listen good, you'll understand this statement. You'll understand it and know it for what it is. It's a good rule that doesn't belong where it is. If I told you the home of Brown, you'd go right straight to it. After that statement, or before that statement, or whenever it is, these statements are heard from Forrest Fenn. If you know the home of Brown, why are you worried about Warm Waters Holt? If you know the home of Brown, why are you worried about Warm Waters Holt? Remember, if you know the home of Brown, you can go right to it. So why are you worried about Waters Holt? Why are you worried about that place? It's at the home of Brown. It's at the home of Brown. If I told you the home of Brown, you'd go right straight to it. It's at the home of Brown. And if you know the home of Brown, why are you worried about where Warm Waters Holt? Then he doubles down on that statement and says, why are you worried about the Blaze if you know the home of Brown? What? Yes. Why are you worried about the Blaze if you know the home of Brown? Again, stating the home of Brown, really important. Must move up the ladder. It must move up. It's really important. Really, 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 really important. So now you have the solve. You have the solve. Because the Blaze that you're going to find, has to be at the home of Brown. Has to be at the home of Brown. Has to be. There's no excuse that it isn't. Because you will look quickly down from the Blaze. where the chest is, because the chest is at the home of Brown, because Forrest said it was. Because Forrest tripled down, and then 4, and then 5, and then 6, whatever those are. Sold the first 2 clues, walked right by the chest. If you sold the first 2 clues, it's academic. Sold the first 2 clues, 50% there, metaphorically speaking. The little girl from India can't get closer than the first 2 clues. So he's going, this is where it is. You stupid fools. This is where it is. I'm telling you, this is where it is. So now those rules, stroke clues, have moved up. Anybody, because Forrest told you, if you were walking so far, you were walking too far. Forrest told you all of the answers, all of them. But guess what? You didn't listen. You did not listen. He told you the blaze was at the home of Brown, and he told you you could go right straight to it. So you don't need to worry about where warm waters halt. Which means the home of Brown, the blaze, and warm waters halt are all in the same place. And you will know the place for the first time. And I tell people information, not my information. And I tell people about, well, I don't think your solve is correct. Not because of what I think, because I took my brain out and I just left Forrest brains there. These are not my thoughts. These are what Forrest said. This is what Forrest said. And you know he said these things. As I tell you them, you know he said these things. But you refuse to believe it because it doesn't fall in line with what you think. But Forrest definitely said them. Absolutely. Scrapbook 200. Email 20 about a blind man. Forrest couldn't even get it if he was blind, he said. Forrest could not get it if he was blind, he said. Now, I am not lying in the information that I give you. So please don't try and say that I am, because I'm not. And please listen to Forrest Fenn through me, because I am only telling you what he said. Now, you won't believe it. You tell me that the cipher's got to be the best solve. Why? Why is it? A rule is decipher. Rule, synonym, decipher. Decipher the clues in my poem. Rule the clues in my poem. So I ruled the clues. Which is the best clue? Which clue will take me to the place that I need to be? Well, obviously, if I know the home of Brown, Forrest tells us, if I know the home of Brown, I'll go straight to it. Right straight to it. I don't have to worry about anything else. If I know the home of Brown. The problem with that is I need to know where warm waters halt. The problem with that is there is a blaze to consider. Now, if you can match all of those things, all of them, you know the place for the first time. But you can, Forrest's own words, not mine, go right straight to the chest at the home of Brown, which is more important than the blaze, because if you know the home of Brown, why are you worried about the blaze? And it's more important than where warm waters halt, because if you know the home of Brown, why are you worried about where warm waters halt? So that means if you begin at where warm waters halt, and you can go right to it at the home of Brown, guess what happens to the home of Brown? It goes up. And if the blaze has to be where the chest is, guess what's happened to that? That goes up as well. So those rules, clues, whatever you want, information from Forrest Fenn to tell you how to solve his poem, using the word decipher as a rule, you can find out where it is. But you need a map. You need a map. Now, I say that loosely because you can find information in the poem that tells you where you are. But Forrest made a map for us. He made a map in that poem, a good map. And with all of that information, Troy, if you're listening, again, you jumped in at something and misinterpreted what was being said. Agreed to say Wyoming, I said. And you went, no, he never. Absolutely he did. Absolutely he did. He was asked to agree to say it was Wyoming. Agreed to say it was Wyoming. Now, if you knew the solve, you'd know why that statement was made. In any context that you want, you would know why that statement was made if you knew the solve. Now, led to believe the statement is, got to tell them something, got to shut them up, at least tell them where it was. Fine. Agree to say it's Wyoming. Not a problem with that. But behind that statement, there is more to it. There is more to it. So I was saying, yes, I was agreeing to what was being said. Agreed to say Wyoming. They had to know something. There was a solve, and they had to know a state. So tell them Wyoming. And that's a true statement. It's a true statement. But these people that keep shouting and saying that other people are wrong, even though they don't know the solve, then put out another video about the solve, saying this is how it's found. Of course, the chest was found. You keep saying, it's not about the chest, it's about something more. But I found the chest, and this is how it's found. 109 rules, 109 solves. There is a potential for there to be 109 solutions that are right. Because Forrest gave you the solve that you've got, gave you the hints to the solve that you've got, and was quite happy when you found the chest because of it. Now, there has to be a chest. There has to be a chest in the Rocky Mountains. Legally, there has to be one, because Forrest told everybody there was one. And that chest could be empty. As Forrest said, I hid a chest in the Rocky Mountains. If you find it, you can have it. Boom, there's a chest. Empty. It's in the Rocky Mountains. If you find it, have it. Now, there might be information in there that says, if you find this, might be, I don't know. Just take the chest and go in peace. But there is a chest, and you can find it with the information that Forrest gives you in the Rocky Mountains. And you can tell everybody it was Wyoming. You can tell everyone it was Wyoming. Because I hid a chest in the Rocky Mountains, and if you find it, you can have it. But Forrest said, I hid the chest, and then I hid the treasure in one afternoon. He didn't say, I hid the chest, I got the treasure, I put it all in the chest, and now the treasure and the chest are all together in one little bundle. He didn't say that. I hid a chest, and then I hid the treasure in one afternoon. Now, that's quite possible, that there is an empty chest and there is treasure hidden in one afternoon. And it's quite possible that the chest is in the Rocky Mountains. Treasure could be anywhere. Treasure could be anywhere. I'm not saying that's the case. I'm saying if you listen to what Forrest Fenn says, you might have an idea of what's going on. But you say you know what's going on, but you don't use what Forrest says. I'm missing chat. Hey, Richard, how you doing? All good. I do agree. We'll let it happen because I live in. Look forward to the moment. So yeah. Hi, Lily Bell. Good to see you. Mindless chitter chatter. Of course it is, Bill. Of course it is. But Bill, Forrest said, if I told you the home of Brown, you go right straight to it. How does that fit in with your solve? You don't know. How is it biased? I'm using the words of Forrest Fenn. What are you using? Oh, you're using the words of Bill Gorman. Okay. Well, good luck with that, Bill. Yes. Forrest said it was in Wyoming, and Jack agreed to say it was in Wyoming, which is what the argument is about. I don't know why. But, there could be something behind that, or that's exactly what it was. Hi, Amy. How's it going? This is irrelevant. Can we discuss beginning with one Waters and said, "Hold up, can I say that?" So they're all in the same place. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Begin it where warm waters halt. Begin it where warm waters halt is not as important as the home of Brown. Forrest says, if I told you the home of Brown, you'd go right straight to it. So therefore, the chest is at the home of Brown. Has to be. And if you begin at where warm waters halt, then the home of Brown is at warm waters halt. And if the blaze has to be where the chest is, which is at the home of Brown, the blaze has to be at warm waters halt as well. So you do all that poem for nothing and then realize you're back where you started. Now, this is not me talking. I am not telling you what the solve is. I'm telling you, this is what Forrest said. This is what Forrest said to help you with the chase. If you know the home of Brown, why are you worried about warm waters halt? If you know the home of Brown, why are you worried about the blaze? Therefore, that clue of the home of Brown, well, that moves up. That moves up. And if that moves up, so does the blaze. And now you have begin at the home of Brown, where warm waters halt, and see the blaze. So those rules, 1, 2, and 3 now, and everything else is irrelevant. Only because you understand what's happened, but they're irrelevant now, because you begin it at the home of Brown. If I told you the home of Brown, you go right straight to it. You begin at the home of Brown, where warm waters halt, and you see the blaze. And from there, you look quickly down for heavy loads and water high. No, from heavy loads and water. That's it. That's your solve. Finished. So all these people with all these great souls, and they claim that they are 100% correct and everybody else is 100% wrong. I don't get it, because I haven't heard a single word that Forrest said. They can't have done, because he told everyone. Why are you worried about warm waters halt if you know the home of Brown? Why are you worried about the blaze if you know the home of Brown? Therefore, as a rule, if it was a rule, it would go to number 1. It would be number 1. And he compounds that and emphasizes that with the other statements. Solve the first 2 clues, walk right by the chest. If your first 2 clues are before the home of Brown, how is that possible? How is that possible? So your first clue must, I get it. It must have the home of Brown in it, because you can go right straight to it if you know the home of Brown. Your first clue must have the home of Brown in it. It must have. You can't go right straight to it if you go to warm waters halt first. You can't. It's impossible. It's impossible to go to another location first, but go right straight to it if it's at home of Brown. It's impossible. Now, I don't get why people don't see it. And maybe it's because everybody's involved in the chase and this is just about chaos. But even if it is, shut up saying that everybody is wrong when your information does not reflect what Forrest Fenn says. It doesn't reflect that. It doesn't reflect it. So your first clue from Forrest Fenn is the home of Brown. I don't get it. Note, not in the state. Zozo, you're not listening. Start at the home of Brown. Start at the home of Brown. And at the home of Brown, there is a blaze and there is warm waters. Because that's what Forrest Fenn said. If your solve takes you into Montana with that information, fine. But it has to be that information. It has to be. That's the information from Forrest. That's the information from Forrest. Go straight to the home of Brown and get it. Go straight to the home of Brown and get it. And know you are where you are for the first time. Them are Forrest words. Excuse me. If I told you the home of Brown, you go right straight to it. Why are you worried about where warm waters halt if you know the home of Brown? Why are you worried about the blaze if you know the home of Brown? So that counts out everything in that poem. Everything. It takes out everything in the poem and makes the home of Brown the number one clue. If you can't see that, I don't get it. I don't get why you can't see that. If I told you the home of Brown, you go right straight to it. Now, if it's to cause chaos, I think the chaos has been caused. We're nearly at the end. But this is not the chase, I don't feel. This is the chase that Forrest was talking about when he was talking about the flow of the chase. People who have a solve that is correct, shouting down other people. And it's not that I don't have a solve. And it's not that I don't think this is a really good solve. The solve is irrelevant. This is about Forrest Fenn doing what he was doing. But for everybody to argue that they have the correct solve, even though they take no notice of what Forrest Fenn says, is frustrating. It really is frustrating. I think it's about by next in the bell. I refuse to answer on the grounds I might incriminate myself. It's chilly here. Right? It's chilly. Or curry. It's all good. I just, I thought I was getting to know, the people in the chase. I thought it was settling down. It doesn't seem to be any different now than it was before. You've got Five Leaf saying that, Forrest has been, whatever, and these people have taken over the chase. You've got Dave saying that Charlot's done it. Just wait for Forrest's answers to come out. Just wait for the chase to end officially. And stop worrying whether you solved it or not. It doesn't matter whether you solved it or not. For one person, it may matter. For one person, it may matter. I'll give you that. Because you're entitled to something. Because you found a chest. You don't know what the chase is about. You have no idea how it's going to end. You don't know who two can keep a secret if one of them is dead is. You don't know where the places are, what the treasure are, or what the treasure is. There's a clue in the word rule that will tell you what the treasure is and how it came about. Absolutely, there's a clue in there. There's a lot of words, though, for the synonyms of rule. But the chest is irrelevant. And if there was 109 answers, what are you worried about? The only thing is, the thing that concerns me is if Forrest gave out 109 chests, or 109 answers, not 109 chests, but there had to be a chest out there, an official chest, in the Rocky Mountains that someone could find. There had to be one of those souls out there, because Forrest said that, and if he didn't put one out there for someone to find, then there'd be trouble because of all these people that went out. So a chest, even if it's empty, absolutely, it's a given. It's there. But you had to find the secret treasure. Does anybody know about my secret treasure? Not the treasure that Forrest talked about. Not the picture in the Thrill of the Chase book. It's totally different to what's being talked about. Not that. So you needed to understand the Thrill of the Chase. You needed to understand all of it to know if you had a correct solve or not. But first and foremost, you had to listen good. And Forrest said, if I told you the home of Brown, you go right to it, which is your first clue. Has to be your first clue, because you're going right to it. Right to it. You don't need to go to Warm Waters Holt. You don't need to find the blaze. You go right to where home of Brown, and it should be there, because Forrest said that. And he enforced it with, if you know the home of Brown, why are you worried about where Warm Waters Holt? If you know the home of Brown, why are you worried about the blaze? So he's telling you over and over again with those statements, home of Brown, home of Brown, home of Brown, home of Brown. That's what he's telling you. It's better than Warm Waters Holt. It's better than the blaze. That's what he's told you. Then he gives you more clues and says, the little girl from India can't get closer than the first two clues. Not can't get past the first two clues. Can't get closer. So now you know the first two clues are important, and you know that one of them has to be the home of Brown. You know that because Forrest said that. So then Forrest says several people know the home of Brown. No, the first two clues, but walk right by the chest. So now you can deduce they went to the home of Brown. They went to the home of Brown, and potentially Warm Waters Holt, but still walk past the chest. Still walk past the chest. So the first two clues still walk past the chest. So maybe they didn't realize the blaze was there, but they knew the first two, or didn't know the first two clues. They had the first two clues because they were at the right place, but they didn't know they had the first two clues, and they could have solved it out of order. So Forrest gives you all this information, and you're still claiming. You solved the poem the way that you read it, and it's correct. That bit I don't get. And that's why, following what Forrest says, I can say I don't agree with the solve. It can't be correct. It can't be, because you didn't start at the home of Brown. That's not your solve. You didn't start at the home of Brown, and you didn't put the blaze at the home of Brown, and you didn't put the home of Brown at Warm Waters Holt. Certainly at Warm Waters anyway. So that's what I see. Hey, Indy, what's dicey besides everything? Don't you dare start on that flipping cipher solve, you. I'm only joking. How you doing, Five? You got fresh snow in the rocket. Yeah, I enjoyed that bit that you were doing about, walking around New Mexico, looking and finding that stuff. Oh, Newman keeps retracting. Maybe I'm saying the wrong stuff. I don't really want to say these things. I said before I don't want to. I've got videos More specific than what I'm saying now. Absolutely more specific. But I don't want to mess things up. This is not about a chest. You people keep screaming about a chest and keep saying that you found it. And it's impossible. It's impossible that all you people are 100% right, especially when you don't know that Forrest said, well, you know, you just won't accept it. Go to the home of Brown and get it. That's basically what he said. Go to the home of Brown and get it. Because it's more important than wear warm water salt. It's more important than the blaze. And you can go right straight to it. So that condenses all that information. Begin at the home of Brown, wear warm waters, and see the blaze. That's what it condenses down to. Now, all that other stuff is telling you about what I've just told you. All that other stuff is telling you about what I just told you. And if you see the blaze, what you will see is just heavy loads and water. That's what you will see. If you look quickly down, you will see just heavy loads and water. But tarry scant with marvel gaze. While looking at that, take the chest and go in peace. That's what the solve's about. That's all the solve's about. But it's irrelevant. This is not about a chest in the Rocky Mountains. This is about Forrest Fenn. Read page 15. Read it. This is about Forrest Fenn. This miracle that Forrest is making happen, this miracle that Forrest is making happen, took years out of his life. Years out of his life. And you could look at it two ways. He was going to take it with him, or he wanted to make one person rich. Or that's one scenario. Or he was going to take it with him and find a way for everyone to win. He's not making one person rich. That's not what this is about. This is not about you finding a chest and being rich. This is about everybody winning. This chase, this thrill of the chase, is about everybody winning. Stop being selfish and saying you found a chest and they've stitched you up and chasing to this, that, and the other, and Shiloh's this, that, and the other, and Forrest is this, that, and the other. It's not about the chest. If you found the chest, I don't know how many times I can say it. If you found the chest, you will get what you deserve. You will get it. The chase is not over yet. It wasn't about the chest. It wasn't about the chest. The treasure was found, maybe found too soon, maybe shouldn't have been found at all. It wasn't about the chest. So the chase goes on. The chase goes on. You just have to stop searching, but the chase goes on. And Forrest will make happen what was supposed to happen. This chase will end without a solver for a chest. 100%. This chase will end without a solver for a chest. But if somebody did solve it and find that chest, they will get what they're owed. But you can't get nothing until the chase ends. You ran a race once around the track, but it was twice around the track. You've been the hare, sat down, gone to sleep, but that tortoise is still going. A bit like lightning, can't get out of his own way. It's still to finish. It's still to finish. Now, Ben said something. I don't know how much Ben knows, and I'm not saying this is, I know everything and I'm correct. I'm saying the information that Forrest gave and the information that I've pieced together makes more sense than anything anyone else is saying. So, You don't have to have a communication with anybody to be on the same wavelength and do the right thing. Doesn't have to happen. Doesn't have to happen. If there's a plan in place, if somebody doesn't do something to stop that plan, then that plan will carry on and nothing has to be said. So this plan that Forrest had will carry on until something ends it. That's it. Till something ends it. Anybody finding a chest did not end it. You may be entitled to something. I won't deny that. I won't deny that. But you can't get that something until the race is finished. Now, even if you went twice around the track, and you're there going, yeah, it's me, I did it. You have to wait till everybody finishes. Doesn't matter if you finish, 3 days ahead of someone else or 3 years ahead of someone else. The race isn't finished. So you have to wait till everybody finishes. So even if you won the race, and even if you went twice around the track, even if you did that, you still have to wait. I did drink a lot. Hey, David B. Sorry, I'm missing everybody. So, hi, Geoduck, Smoking Joe, which is Bill. That's right. To and not first location. Damn poem, right? Right straight to and not from the first location. I'm talking about chest, and I'm telling you right straight to it is at the home of Brown. There is no doubt about that. I have no heart. It's not about reading the poem. You're still not listening. If I told you the home of Brown, you go right straight to it. What's that got to do with the poem? That's a statement from Forrest that says, go to the home of Brown and get it. A statement from Forrest saying, go to the home of Brown and get it. Because if I told you the home of Brown, you go right straight to it. How has that got anything to do with the poem? It's a statement from Forrest, who also said, if you know the home of Brown, why are you worried about where warm water's hold? If you know the home of Brown, why are you worried about the blaze? Nothing to do with the poem. Nothing to do with the poem. Just statements from Forrest. Because if you listen good, you might understand something. I'm not talking about the treasure. No, you're right, Davey. I'm talking about the chest that these people keep saying they found. They don't get it. Yeah, I may be an idiot. Bill, your words, your statements, your thoughts don't bother me. They don't. They don't. If you want to be stupid, you can be stupid. Hi, MJ, you're right. Doesn't matter to me. Doesn't matter what you say to me. It doesn't matter. Because it's not about me. And it's not about you. And you'll find that out. And I hope you're sitting down when you do. See you, Smokey Joe. See you, Bill. See you, everyone else that you want to call. Yeah, it took him 15 years. It didn't take 15 years to, create a solve, a cipher, one cipher, to create the Superman solve, to create the There in Thought solve, to create all of those solves. But he gave words like, your best revenge, me wearing the bracelet. It's in a safe place. We warm up to it. And others talk about the same thing. Yes, Indy, I told you to move. I hope you've moved. That's the Ring of Fire area, isn't it? Yes, Neo, he said it for a reason. He said lots of things for a reason, but nobody wants to listen. The home of Brown is... He did say he was going to lead us to the bear. He did say that. Sorry if Butcher... Butcher is a synonym of rule. But I've noticed you're in area. No, I just feel that you lot are disrespecting Forrest with your I'm correct. He's a liar. He's a fraud. Somebody stole it off him. Somebody did this. Somebody did that. This is a good thing, the thrill of the chase, and will get better. And it doesn't need all of this bull. It doesn't need it. So Joey's Bill. Yeah, Joe's Bill. Or Bill's Joe. What I'm telling to you now is about a chest that Forrest said he put out in the Rocky Mountains. Nothing to do with the treasure solve, nothing to do with everything else that Forrest did. Just that Forrest gave different information for different things. Now, this information is about a chest that's in the Rocky Mountains, that if you find it, you can have it. And when you open it, you're going to laugh or cry or whatever, take a big gulp or whatever those statements are. But there's information in the word rule that will tell you what this is about. But first and foremost, as you might have seen on there, a rule is a clue, a hint, a solve. So what if there are 109 solves? And those people that were good to Forrest, in the sense that they believed in Forrest and knew that he wouldn't screw them over, what if they would get something? Remember the Rolodex that he had? And he knew all these people? What if all those people are on that Rolodex? And then he goes, Dave, man from the East? Nah. Five Leaf? Nah. Who else is, claiming that this is fraudulent? And Greg going after people? Nah. Now, Greg might be part of it. I'm just saying that. Josh Jordan did a video saying that the person in the video was Greg, and I don't think the person in the video looked anything like Greg. It's good. Oh, no, he did not. Yeah, don't bother, Davey. It doesn't matter. I'm just saying this so people understand that Forrest gave the information they needed. That's why I'm doing this. Not trying to prove myself correct, not trying to prove you correct, Davey, not trying to prove Five Leaf wrong or Smoking Joe wrong. That's not what this is about. This is about, look, Forrest told you the answers. You just don't want to listen. That's not his fault. Nobody's fault. It's not Shiloh's fault. It's not anybody's fault. You won't listen. That's down to you. Nobody else. This is not about you. Whoever you are, this is not about you. It's not about me. The chase has to finish. When it finishes, you'll know everything. Well, I'm assuming that that's the plan, that you'll know everything. I don't normally assume, but my deduction is that you will know that. When you'll know that, I don't know, but you will know. And if you found the chest in the Rocky Mountains, you will get whatever was set aside for you because of that. But it says, take the chest and go in peace. If you found it, and that's what this was about, then you will get whatever was owed to you, whatever title to the gold means, or whatever Forrest had in mind. If there's 109 answers and he's going to give 109 people something, I don't know what that's all about. All I know is there are two different things that we're talking about. There's a chest in the Rocky Mountains that he hid, and there's a treasure that he hid in the same afternoon. Now, if you take into account everything that Forrest said, the chest is going back. And he didn't say you would go home with a treasure, that's too heavy for one person to carry. He said you could. You could. So maybe there was an option of having that chest and the treasure or having something else. But everybody makes an assumption that they know what's being said, and yet they don't listen to what is being said. I like Bill a lot. I don't not like Bill. I just wish he would, keep telling everybody that he's the solver over and over and saying everybody else is wrong when he doesn't know. He thinks he's correct, and he may be correct. The poem says that he's only got a little bit of truth. That's it. Uh-oh. Red pill and blue pill. I hope you're not talking about moon stuff. And I mean, going to the moon stuff, not drugs. Whoever Joe is, they need to stop fantasizing about my good choice. Hey, Tig, how's it going? If I've missed anybody, I'm sorry, but, My mind and my eyes go up when I try and think about what some people. Hi, Larry, how you doing? Hope Oksana's okay, and you've probably had a good meal by now. Say hello to MJ. Trying to catch up now. What's up? Oh, did you see what he wrote? I've been friend to him. Yeah, I don't understand why he gets upset. Hey, Geoduck. I think I said hello. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. I'm not doing this to try and get something off somebody. I'm doing this to try and prove that Forrest did these things. He did them. He told you all the information that you needed to solve his poem. He gave you all of it. And I'm trying to say that that's what he did. I'm not trying to prove my solve. I can prove the solve that I've got. And it's not just about, a chest. We've got, me and Davey. I can prove everything. And I can prove it from before the chase started right until it's supposed to be finishing. And it could go as far as 2025. And I have all the information, all of it, all the possible scenarios. And we're waiting for something. That's it. We're waiting for something. Now, I could give you all of that. It's not about me. It's not about me. It's not about Davey. It's about this happening, this thing happening, that Forrest Fenn wondered if he could get to that point. Didn't know where he was going. He knew he had to get there. This is about that. Now, all I'm asking is that you believe that he can do this thing and you will have answers. I'm not going to be, I'm not going to promise epic and fun. I'm just going to say you will have answers and you will be surprised at what this man has achieved. And if he doesn't get a Nobel Prize and doesn't get, whatever the highest honors are in America, I know over here he should be knighted and those sort of things, and he should still be knighted over here, I think, because what he's doing will probably affect us. Forrest wanted everybody to get along, and Forrest tried to find a way for everyone to win. Now, if he succeeds in that endeavor, which is what he talked about, if he succeeds in that, then we will be better off. So get behind Forrest. Stop saying that. And that people may have hijacked the hunt. They may have done that. But there is information that says what they're talking about is in the poem. It's in the poem. And even if they've hijacked the hunt, just as sure as whoever the solver is going to get what they deserve, anyone who's had their hand in a cookie jar is absolutely going to regret it. Absolutely going to regret it. I can tell you that now. Absolutely. I've spoken to Davey about this. I give everybody, not saying it's me, I'm saying I give everybody a clean slate from when I came into the chase until something ends the chase. And I'm pretty certain whoever the solver is was probably thinking the same, because they must know that it's not ended yet. They must know. So there is a reason that it hasn't finished. It's not because anyone's trying to take you out of your hard-earned solve. It's just not finished. Troy wants to know if you know Greg's new solve place. Yes, but everybody knows Greg's new solve place. People were there in 2016. It doesn't matter. The solve place doesn't matter. Nothing matters. Nothing matters. Nothing matters. There's information in the chase that says Forrest is trying to achieve something. That's what matters. That's exactly what matters. Even if Greg goes to that place and finds something, it won't have anything to do with what Forrest is doing. It won't have anything to do with what Forrest is doing. Even if he is right. I don't think he is. Even if he is right. it won't have anything to do with what Forrest Fenn is doing. That will still happen. That will still happen. And it won't end this chase. If Greg goes over there and walks further than he has to, because Forrest said if you're walking too far, it's not there, goes in a dangerous place, Forrest said it wasn't there, can't go because it's snowing, Forrest said you can go in anywhere if you know where it is. These statements that Greg's making, the statement that Forrest made, two different things. But even if, because I can't say, I'm not Forrest, I'm just using the words of Forrest Fenn, which says it can't be. Can't be. Otherwise, you'd be able to go in any weather. So even if you find something, this chase won't end. Even if he told you, this is what I found, these are the answers, chase won't end. It won't end. And he'd still have to wait. If you sold it in 2011, you still have to wait. You still have to wait. Now, nobody believes the words that Forrest said, but when he says it will go on until something ends it, that's what's going to happen. Last night I went back and sleep stream. I was asleep by then, I think. And that's what I'm saying. It's not, I can't get through to people that Forrest has done something bigger than that chest, but you can't get whatever you earned if you found it until whatever this big thing is that Forrest has done is over. So if you did find the chest that this wasn't really about, then you'll get what you deserve. And if people did rip Forrest off in regard to that, Forrest would not have been able to say anything until the something ends it. But I can assure you now, anybody caught with their hand in the cookie jar, anybody doing anything nefarious, I am sure Forrest thought of everything. Whilst he couldn't say nothing while the chase is going, if there is something that he does not like, I'm sure I would not want to be in their shoes. So if you're correct, Five Leaf, if you're correct, don't worry. It will happen. And all the shouting and screaming and saying that they've done you out of something, they have not. It hasn't finished yet. Hasn't finished. It's not about Jack's chest. It's not about your chest, whoever you are that says you sold it, or mine, or Davey B, or anyone. It's about Forrest's thrill of the chase. It's about sharing in his passion. It's about sharing in the same adventure that he was doing. It's about all those things that he said. He said. Major Forrest Burke Fenn told us everything we needed to know. He told us two can keep a secret if one of them is dead. And he told us the hairs in there are to show everybody the crazy fool that did this thing. When that happens, you'll understand everything. You'll understand everything. Now, I don't know what the scenario is for the ending, what Forrest has planned, and I don't know what Forrest is going to tell everybody or what the outlet is. But I do know, his words were, when it's found, CNN, K-Pro's channel. Those were his words. That did not happen. So that tells me the treasure, not the chest, the treasure, whilst was found, maybe we agreed to say Wyoming. We agreed to tell everybody it was Wyoming. You can take that how you want. We agreed to tell everybody Wyoming. So maybe something had to happen. Maybe something had to happen to end the chase. And that's what you're waiting for. You're waiting for the something. Greg is so funny. Excuse me. What are the odds that Forrest's goal and my goal are the same, but we both develop something different to arrive at the same conclusion? Yeah. I don't know what your goals are, but I know Forrest wanted everyone to win and everyone to get along, and I think what he's trying to do is going to help in that. If that's what you're trying to do, then, you know, fair play. I've told everyone, I can't say that you're incorrect. I can, you know, I can say you're right, and I can't say whether you're correct or incorrect. I say you're right, but I can't, because the answers are in the poem that says that you are right. You found a counterfeit chest. If it is that you found the treasure, or are the owner of the treasure, or whatever the situation is, that will be known when something ends a chase. Oh, cheers for that, Geoduck. Oh, I've got 6 already and 35 people. What's going on? This is exhausting. What, me talking about this? Sorry. Yeah, didn't mean it to be. I don't know what Richard is agreeing with. In other words, he had it in the vault all along. This has got ripped off and he was blackmailed. No, see, you... Forrest did not get blackmailed. It hasn't finished. It's simple. I don't know how that's difficult to understand. The chase has not finished. The searching has finished. The searching, that's finished. The searching has finished. The chase hasn't. Searching, stop searching. It's been found. Something will end the chase. Everyone will know. Stop searching. I don't know why Greg is. Forrest said, stop searching, it's been found. It may be, it may be in the poem that Greg goes out. It is. It may be in the poem that Greg goes out. You know, that's got to happen. It was in the poem that Cynthia went across to the flat island on the Madison. It's got to happen. It was in the poem that there's a Powerball. That's got to happen. It was in the poem that Ryan Bavetta was going to give Pam 3 words, and those 3 words were going to be far too soon. It's going to happen. The pictures being taken in the lawyer's office. It's got to happen. All the things that happen in the chase that Forrest wrote in the poem, they've got to happen. They've got to happen. They will happen. They will take place, and they can be verified. This video that's going to come up on the 15th, it's in the poem. It's going to happen. Now, is that just a timestamp for when something ends it? I don't know. I don't know. And Forrest doesn't. Well, I don't know. If he can time travel, he does know. If he can remote view, he does know when this ends, how it ends, why it ends, what the something is. So while we know what the something is, knowing when the something's going to happen, no, we don't know. Troy was saying it wasn't we agreed, but Jack agreed. Yeah, I say, if you know the solve, you can understand it both ways. The community had to have a state, so if we're going to tell them anything, we'll tell them it's Wyoming. Yeah, I'm agreeing with that. That's fine. But, you know, there's another reason why that's the case. You know, but Troy shouts and screams that everybody's wrong, and yet his own solve finishes at the second line. In nowhere in the poem does it say take it in the canyon down. Well, why have you spelt treasures down the page? What? Why have you spelt treasures down the page? If you can't take it in the canyon down, take it across the page then. And you don't get try the wheel. So you can't tell people, you can't go down the canyon. You can't go down the canyon. Well, go up the page then. Because you went up the creek for your solve, apparently. Go up the page. From Holt. 3 lines up. Spell treasures. See, these people shout and scream, but they don't know what it is they're saying. They can't hear themselves for shouting people down. Doesn't say take it in the canyon down. But you've took the word treasures in your canyon, whatever that is on the page, down. You use that statement. Begin it where warm waters halt, T. and take it in the canyon down with my treasures bold, highlighted. I've done it myself, taking it down the page. So it absolutely does. Absolutely does. Say take it in the canyon down. Might be in a different format, but it does say that. It absolutely says that. Now I changed those words and it doesn't say what you think it says. But you understand, not far, but too far to walk. So Troy's saying it doesn't say take it in the canyon down. He goes up a canyon because he doesn't want to take it down the canyon, because that's his solve. And he doesn't even realize he was given a solve. He was given the solve. Whoever was given it. He joined in this solve with 3 people. This solve is so precise, Troy says, that it's correct. And yet 3 people disagree with where to go and get it. No, Troy. No, that's impossible. It's a precise solve. All 3 of you should be in the same place. All 3 of you. All 3 of you. Apologies to Sam Smith and family, but you should be in the same place. You should be in the same place. If the solve is that precise, there should be no question where it is. But you yourself said you want to go one way, he wants to go another. No. But you refuse to accept those statements, and you will find a way around those statements because you think your solve is correct. But I'm telling you now, your solve does not lend to the fact that Forrest said, if you know the home of Brown, you'll go right straight to it. It's the only quote you need to know. It's the only quote you need to know. It is telling you, whilst begin it where warm waters halt is really important, because if you don't have that, you have nothing. It is telling you it's at the home of Brown. It has to be. Because if I told you it, you go right straight to it. So why are you worried about where warm waters halt? If I told you the home of Brown, why are you worried about the blaze? So the 2 most important things that you talk about, that you think about, the sun, oh, the sun. Those things that you talk about and think about and whatever, no. Because the home of Brown is more important than both. It's more important than where warm waters halt, and it's more important than the blaze. So no. Go to the home of Brown, get the chest, understand what everything else is. Come back and tell me a solve that is around that. And then I may listen. Until then, I'll go with what Forrest says. 100%. I'll go with what Forrest says. Listen and go to the home of Brown. Understand where warm waters halt is. Understand what the blaze is. And know the place for the first time. But Terry Scamp with Marvel Gaze, get the flock out of there. Now, if you understand all of that, then you might have a credible solve. That's not me being facetious. That's not me being arrogant. That's me telling you over and over again, 100 times, more than that maybe. Forrest said, if I told you the home of Brown, you go right straight to it. Forget everything else. Forget everything else. Know where the home of Brown is. Then work out where warm waters halt is. Then work out what the blaze is. Then look quickly down. Then get it. Then get the flock out of there. Job done. You're not prepared to listen to that because your solve is the correct solve. And yet you take it in the canyon down, and don't say you don't. Don't say you don't. That's how you spell treasures. I don't care that you go up the canyon. I don't care that you go up the canyon in your solve because you're changing what Forrest said. There'll be no paddle up your creek is one thing that he said. You're trying to change the words in the poem because it's not good English. It means go up the canyon. What? No. So you used those words, take it in the canyon down to get treasures. Simple as that. So therefore your solve fails at the second line. I didn't want to tell you that. Been years me thinking, why is he doing this? Why is he saying this? Why does he keep slapping everybody down? When his solve, with his own information, is incorrect. In no way does Forrest say, take it in the canyon down, so you've gone up the canyon. Well, that's not how you started your solve. You started your solve with try the wheel, which is in the canyon down. I don't know. I'm not trying to get nasty with you. I'm just trying to understand. And it hurts because you're not listening. Go to the home of Brown, go get it. That's what Forrest said. Well, he may as well done. Solve the first two clues, 50% there. Are you 50% there with the first two clues, metaphorically speaking? No. Solve the first two clues. Is it academic? No, it's not. Do you know why the little girl from India can't get closer than the first two clues? No. Do you know why, why several people, or however many people, solve the first two clues walk right by the chest? No. But if you knew the home of Brown and listened to Forrest, you would know those answers. You would know those answers. Now put those statements against your solve. If you know the home of Brown, you'll go right straight to it. You won't listen. I don't know what I'm saying. You're sounding like Bill. Yes, Forrest controls the chase, so it doesn't matter what anybody says. I don't know how many times I can say it. I don't know how many times I can say it. It says in the poem that American searchers cannot solve it. I'm not being nasty, and I don't think Forrest is being nasty. But when I see some of what's being said here, I understand what he's saying. I've just talked out. There's 35 people in chat. And I have just told you three things that Forrest said that screws over the majority of the solves. Firstly, if I told you the home of Brown, you go right straight to it. So if your solve is not at the home of Brown, you're screwed. Secondly, why are you worried about where warm waters halt if you know the home of Brown? If your solve does not have the home of Brown before where warm waters halt, you're screwed. Thirdly, if you know the home of Brown, why are you worried about the blaze? So now, if the blaze is supposed to be where the chest is, and if you go to the home of Brown, that's where the chest is, then the blaze has to be with the home of Brown. And the home of Brown has now moved up as a rule. It's a good rule. It goes to the top. The home of Brown, because rule is clue, the home of Brown has gone to the top. So now, begin it at the home of Brown, wear warm waters, and see the blaze. Look quickly down, heavy loads and water. But terror scant with marvel gaze, take the chest and go in peace. That's your solve. If it isn't your solve, it can't be correct, because those are Forrest's words. He told you how to find it using that, but then he gave you more information. People went past the chest after two clues. Home of Brown, warm waters. Two clues, walk past the chest. Two clues, walk past the chest. Those two clues. Home of Brown, warm waters, walk past the chest. Because they didn't know where they were. They didn't know where they were, or at what stage of the solve they were at. Now, if your home of Brown started at warm waters and you didn't know what warm waters was, you thought Warm Waters was the home of Brown, you'd still be lost. You'd still be lost. People don't want to listen. I don't get it. You're saying the only way to understand this is to read a lot you do. Yeah, but you're disagreeing with me. I don't mind you disagreeing with me. I'm reading the poem wrong. But I'm not giving those words incorrectly. So therefore, I must be doing something right. Because those words are Forrest words, Street. They're Forrest words. If you can't get used to that, that's you, not me. Doesn't matter whether my words are correct. It doesn't matter. The solve is not about me. The solve is about Forrest. You understanding the thrill of the chase is listening to Forrest, which is what I'm doing to you. I'm telling you what he said. Try and understand what he said. That's what I'm telling you. The solve's irrelevant. As I've told you 100 times, the solve doesn't matter. This is about Forrest. You make it about you. I make it about Forrest. You listen to you. I listen to Forrest. You spout rubbish. I tell you what Forrest said. Forrest said, if I told you the home of Brown, you go right straight to it. What does that mean to you? What does that mean to you? If you know the home of Brown, why are you worried about where Warm Waters halt? What does that mean to you? To me, it means the home of Brown is more important than Warm Waters halt. If you know the home of Brown, why are you worried about the blaze? What does that mean to you? To me, it means the home of Brown is more important than the blaze. Now, to me, rules are clues. Forrest had 109 of them. And he said, if the rule got better, it would move up. Well, the home of Brown is a better rule now. It's a better clue. So it goes to the top. It goes first, because if you know it, you'll go right straight to it. So go to the home of Brown, wear Warm Waters, and see the blaze, because the blaze has to be at the home of Brown, because that's where the chest is. That's what he just told you. Forget the poem. Forget everything that I say. It doesn't matter. It's what Forrest says. It's what Forrest says. But you won't have it. You want what you say to be correct and what Forrest says to be incorrect. I want it to happen for Forrest. Forget the solve. I don't get it. Mary, talk. Where is your pudding? Tell the room, please. My pudding is the same as the home of Brown and Warm Waters. That's what happens with clues. That's what happens with clues. You move them up. Because clues are rules. If it's a good clue, the home of Brown is a great clue. As far as I said, you could go straight to it. Whilst he made you believe beginning where Warm Waters halt was important, and you had to know that or you had nothing. And that's true in the poem. That's what it says. I could show you that. It was about the home of Brown. He told you it's about the home of Brown. 3 statements that I just gave you. Home of Brown, right straight to it. Home of Brown, why are you worried about when Warm Waters halt? Home of Brown, why are you worried about the blaze? Home of Brown, home of Brown, home of Brown, home of Brown, home of Brown. If you'll solve, the solves that you give me don't take that into consideration, you must be incorrect. You're right, because it says you're right. Now, if there's 109 chests, 109 rules, 109 chests, if there is, there might be 109 solves. Rule is a solve, a synonym of solve. If there was 109 chests, you found a chest. 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 But it wasn't about a chest. So maybe you got something for finding a chest. Maybe Forrest is that generous. He was going to give everybody something if they were good little boys and girls. But when you slate him and say that he created a stupid chase ending, maybe he's not going to give you nothing. I don't know the plan. But I do know he told you the answers. My solve, David B. solve, irrelevant. It's irrelevant. This is about Forrest making it happen. You'll solve. Whoever you are, whoever says that they solved it, it's irrelevant. You'll get what you're due when something ends the chase. That's it. But I tell you now, you don't have to believe anything that I say, but you do have to believe in Forrest. And those 3 statements that I gave you, tells you home of brown is more important than warm waters. It tells you. But you're deaf in both ears because you're not listening to me 14 years after all of this information. Because you think I have an agenda, because you think that my solve is crap, because whatever you think, not about me though. I'm giving it to you from Forrest. His words. Solve the first 2 clues, walk right by the chest. How is that possible? Now, the reason I pretend I'm angry is because you're not listening, and it seems that if I talk in a mellow voice, you don't understand what I'm talking about. You don't understand. But not my words. They're not my words. They're Forrest's words. And you say, well, I don't give any credence to them or whatever the word was you used. I don't need to. They're Forrest words. You use them as you see fit. Find them where you should have found them. In his interviews, in mysterious writings, wherever they came out, then use them. That is what they're for. I will hint of riches new and old, so hear me all and listen good. I will hint. And hint of riches new and old. So all these hints, maybe there was 109 hints, I don't know. Maybe there was 109 squares. Because a rule is a square. Oh, guess what? I did my solving squares. I wonder why I did that. Oh, I called it Forrest Fenn ABCs because ABCs are rules. Oh, why did I do that? Because Forrest Fenn said he had 109 of them. Must be important. What are rules? Let me have a look. Let me see what rules are. Let me see what clues are. Let me see what hints are. Let me try and understand what Forrest Fenn said. But you don't want to do that because it's too much hard work. Cheers, thanks, 5. I've gone alone in the first line could read, begin it, home of brown, wear warm waters and see the blaze. That's it. That's your solve. Done. Because that's what Forrest said. That's exactly what Forrest said. Nobody wants to listen. And it's that simple. It's that simple. But you have to know where warm waters. You have to know that. Even if you know the home of brown and you go right to it, that takes you to warm waters. I'm not saying you have to know it. You have to find out what it is. You will know. If you know the home of brown, you know warm waters, you know the blaze, you know it all. But you need to understand warm waters. You need to understand that bit. Let a blind person not find it, but someone need to help them. Yeah, it was. Forrest said even if he was blind, he couldn't find it. So he was talking about being blind. He said even if he was blind, he couldn't find it. He hid it. But he said even if I was blind, I couldn't find it. So what does that tell you? No, not about perception. It's about what Forrest said. If I told, how do you perceive that statement? If I told you the home of brown, you'd go right to it. How do you perceive that? How do you perceive, if you know the home of brown, why are you worried about warm waters halt? How do you perceive that? How do you perceive? If you know the home of brown, why are you worried about the blaze? How do you perceive that? Me, I perceive it as, if you know the home of brown, all good. All good. It moves up the list. It's more important. That's how I perceive it. How is that any different than how you should perceive it? Unless you're saying that Forrest is lying. I don't get it. It's not perception. It's not perception. Forrest made a statement of fact and nobody listened. Nobody listened, which is what he asked you to do. And when this is over, you'll see that everything that Forrest said is true. It's true. Even if it's not what it seems, it's 100% true. Just don't get why you're trying to. I don't mind you trying to discredit me, but those words are Forrest. There's no other way to perceive it other than go to the home of brown. Go to the home of brown. Theme song of the chase, spirit in the sky. Ooh, where is my chat? Why is my chat so small? You have to probably go into the 3 dots and make your screen bigger. Either that or I'm just tiny. Listening is perception. Well, even reading the words. So you're saying that my perception of those 3 statements is different than yours. Now I've heard it all. I've heard it all now. I've heard it all. I have heard everything. I didn't think it would be this weird, but I've heard everything. 3 statements talking about the same thing, exclaiming that the home of brown is important, and it's just a perception. I've heard everything. What would it take for people to think it's not about them? My perception doesn't matter. Your perception doesn't matter. David's perception doesn't matter. All this arguing in the chat, it doesn't matter. It's not about you. It's not about me. So it's just a case of I listen to you, you listen to me, and something ends the chase. But you trying to prove me incorrect or say that I am wrong, what's that about? I'm not trying to prove you wrong. I've made statements that Forrest Fenn said. I've explained that those statements should tell you whether you're correct or not, and you're saying it's about perception. Okay. Okay, it's about perception. You're trying to make it that I can't understand what Forrest is saying. Fine. But at the end of all this, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter about whose perception is correct and whose isn't. It doesn't matter if it's there in Thor. It doesn't matter if it's on a bluff, on a precipice, that, someone's going to fall off and probably kill themselves. It doesn't matter. That chest has been found. The treasure has been found. The searching has ended. All that needed is something to end the chase. Now, you can bat these conversations as much as you want, backwards and forwards. You can say that you're wrong. You can say that you're an idiot. You can say all the things you want, and those things won't affect me, because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And you can have your little books ready for suing people and saying that you said this and saying that you said that. It doesn't matter, because Forrest is still going to make it happen. He's still going to make it happen. And when he does, and Pandora's box opens and the world is a better place, maybe, just maybe, it won't be so loud. Yeah, Lily. I think we're all winners in the sense that, You got onward peeps, but some people just want it to be about them, and it's not. It never was. It never was going to be. You were never going to get a chest, ever. How do you perceive Forrest saying the location is straightforward, and that is a clue, not exactly 360, but close to it? Listen, everything that Forrest, sorry, I'm not being horrible magnetic universe, and I'm not going against what he said. Everything that Forrest said was to help people understand the thrill of the chase. Everything. Everything. And yes, it's about perception. But Forrest was trying to tell everyone how to do it. And he said he found it funny that he was the only one that knew what he was saying. Which meant he was the only one that knew what he was saying. Yeah, I'm just saying. Troy's is the best example of that. 3 people working on the same solve, different locations for the chest. How is that a precise solve? It isn't. But thanks for that, magnetic. The chase will go on long after we are dead, yes. Forrest, absolutely precise. I don't see how anyone can be confused. Forrest gave the information that leads to a chest, but there is a secret treasure. And he talked about there being an outrageous dare and the treasure. 2 things. It doesn't matter what you believe. It doesn't matter what you believe. You have to have faith in a maverick. In that, when you read the book, it says he's going to make something happen. He's going to affect the future. He's going to go to a place where memory hasn't been. And it was about him taking his first steps, his awareness. That's what it's about. That's all that it's about. That's all that it's about. You believe in this person that had these thoughts and knows that at some point in the future, he's going to make it happen. At that time, everyone's a winner. That's all this is about. Forget the chest. Take the chest out of the equation. Take the chest out of the equation. Take being rich out of the equation. Take getting anything out of the equation. Take it out of the equation. Help make it happen. And if you achieved what you claim to have achieved, you will get something. And you will get it, and you don't need to say that somebody else is incorrect. You don't need to say that somebody else is incorrect. You'll still get it. You don't need to worry that somebody's solve is better than yours. You don't need to prove anybody else's solve is wrong. You don't need to prove anybody else's thoughts are wrong. Because it's not about them. This, leftovers of history, this is about Forrest. Nothing you can do will change it. Nothing you can say will change it. Whoever you upset along the way won't make any difference. But what I'm trying to get across is Forrest gave you the information. You just don't want to hear it. That's what I'm trying to get across. Not that I'm right. That doesn't matter. I'm trying to get across. Forrest gave you the information. You don't want to hear it. He told you, agreed to say Wyoming. For whatever reason, doesn't matter. But you believe that statement in whichever way helps your soul. If you're not in Wyoming, you'll make up a reason why they said Wyoming. But that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The information was given, specific information, precise information, to help you understand the thread of the chase. To help you understand that something is happening, and that's how it had to be. A 9 Mile Hole is information, precise information, that is telling you about the chase. That's how it has to be in order to make it happen. But you don't want to see it. You think there's all shenanigans. You think that it's all fake. And it is fake to an extent, but you think that it's fake in the wrong way. Because you feel hard done by. And yet, the race hasn't finished. So why do you want your gold medal when the race hasn't finished. You aren't getting nothing until the poor little basket that's still traveling around the track, holding everybody up. Till that happens, you ain't getting nothing. Nothing. Because the race hasn't finished. This is what I'm trying to get across. Not that I'm the solver, not that David B's the solver, not that our information is better than your information. Only that Forrest information is precise information. You have to wait until the lazy little bugger, Gigi, that is holding everything up, when that crosses the line, job done. Job done. That's what I'm trying to get across to you. And I've told you it 100 times. But you don't like the fact that my information is different than your information. You don't like the fact that I'm using a different way than you are. And you don't like the fact that you think I'm trying to say I solved it. I don't care if I solved it or not. If I care if I solved it or not, if I cared that I solved it or not, or that we solved it or not, I would have told you in 2020. Because I tell you now, it would have been worth it. I don't care if I solved it. I don't care. I know that Forrest is doing something, and I'm prepared, as Ben was saying, if there is a solver out there, they must be prepared to make it happen. Working with Shiloh, maybe, without even talking to Shiloh, but trying to let Shiloh's grandfather's wishes happen. If you can understand that, I would be so appreciative. I missed all the chat, sorry. To be international news, the trove has to be way bigger than... Yeah, 100% INFJ. And when you say way bigger, add a few more ways there. And there is a way to know, there is a way to end it. What people don't understand is the information that I put out that's in the poem is information that Forrest put in the poem so you'd understand what was happening. You don't have to like it, but it's there. It's there. You don't have to like what I do. But I tell you now, please touch contiguous, continuous, chronological. Contiguous is touching. Punctuation won't help. Step on a crack, another synonym of rule. Break mother's back. All of that information talks about, leads you to 1 foot on top. Oh, footing is another word that's in the rule synonyms. Footing. Foot down is another synonym. Square, another synonym. Maybe all them rules are in the poem. Maybe they're synonym of rules. Maybe if you understand what a rule is, it might help. But you don't want to do that, and that's fine. It's fine. But please stop saying that you're right, I'm wrong, because you sound like the bloke off Matilda. All of you. You're right, you're wrong, I'm right. I'm old, you're small. Whatever he says. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We can discuss the chase and get behind Forrest Fenn. That's it. That's what I'm trying to say. When they go too far. Look, if I'm wrong, and it doesn't matter. If Dave is wrong, he's wrong, and it doesn't matter. If you want to be correct, fine. But I'm telling you there's information in the poem. It relates to the chase. I'm telling you that we think that Forrest has got something massive and something will end it. You don't have to believe any of it. But as I say all the time, you have to believe Forrest Fenn. You have to believe in Forrest Fenn. You have to believe in him. And you have to believe it when he says something will end the chase. And that's what you wait for. It doesn't matter whether it is or it isn't, does it? That's what I'm saying. 5 leaf. I've just told you 3 statements that tells you it's at the home of Brown. It tells you that it's at the home of Brown. Has to be. If you know the home of Brown, you can go right to it. So why are you worried about where warm waters halt? And then he makes that statement. If you know the home of Brown, why are you worried about where warm waters halt? And then he makes another statement. If you know the Homer Brown, why are you worried about the blaze? So therefore, the Homer Brown, waters, blaze, same thing. Same thing. So anybody who has a solve that does all this walking that Forrest says you're walking too far. Forrest made the statement after Capo said she was walking a mile or whatever. Forrest made the statement when he's walking too far. So therefore, it has to be less than a mile, probably even less than that. So all these people that are making all these treks are not listening to what Forrest said. But the most important thing that he said was, if I told you the Homer Brown, you go right straight to it, which means that Homer Brown is more important than where warm waters. Has to be, because you go right straight to it, which means the Homer Brown in your imagination must be before. Begin at Homer Brown, where warm waters, see the blaze. The blaze has to be there because the blaze is where the chest is. The blaze is where the chest is. And if you can go right to the Homer Brown and get the chest, then the blaze has to be there. So your soul becomes super simple. Super simple. Not my perception. 3 statements plus the rest that Forrest says this is a simple solve. You don't have to go really far. You don't have to hardly go anywhere to do what it is that I'm asking you to do. But you want to go somewhere. I can't help that. Mary has a bad connection. Only with my mind. Hi, Troy, how you do? Something like it, not necessarily. Both. Someone will be part of the something that ends it. But it won't be Forrest. No, how can you know how individuals... I don't. I'm just telling you what Forrest has said. They're not blanket. It doesn't matter anyway. What I'm saying is, they're not blanket statements. They're statements out of the poem that are found in the poem. They could be incorrect, but I don't think they are. And you misunderstand what I say. You hear what you want to hear. You don't hear what I'm saying. When I say agree to say Wyoming, I was 100% agreeing with you. You started shouting, saying, "Oh, no, 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 no." That's why I say agree to say Wyoming, because that was what Forrest said. Put out a state. We've got to tell him something. So he agreed to say Wyoming. He agreed to say that part of it. He would agree to that. Yes, you can put out, but you went off on one. And I was agreeing with you, even though if you know the solve, there's more to it. But, Troy, please. 3 statements. Homer Brown. It's not blanket statements. If you know the Homer Brown, you can go right to it. If you know the Homer Brown, why are you worried about where warm waters hold? If you know the Homer Brown, why are you worried about the blaze? What does that tell you? Now, if you don't believe that Forrest made it that simple, I can't help you. I can't help you. My words are Forrest words and what I see in the poem. My words are synonyms of Forrest words and what I see in the poem. Those statements aren't blanket at all. They are real statements. They might be imaginatory statements that I see in the poem, but they are 100% real. And they are 100% factual. And this information that I'm giving you now from Forrest Fenn, not me, from Forrest Fenn, 100% factual. Now, if you don't want to change your solve after hearing that, I can't help you. But Forrest specifically, precisely, told everybody, Homer Brown, go there. If I told you the Homer Brown, you go right straight to it. Solve the first 2 clues, walked right by the chest. Now, the first two clues must be Homer Brown and warm waters. It must be, because if you know the Homer Brown, you can go right to it. So if you begin at warm waters and you know the Homer Brown, and you can go right to it, the Homer Brown, two clues. Homer Brown, warm waters, walk right by the chest, because they didn't know where they were. They didn't know where they were. They didn't know the relationship between Homer Brown and warm waters. That's why they walked past the chest. But he tripled down on that statement and said, if you know the Homer Brown, why are you worried about the blaze? Well, if you know the Homer Brown, and that's where the chest is, guess where the blaze is? Begin it where warm waters halt. So now you know the place for the first time. You've done all of that. Now you're back where you started. And Forrest made it that simple. And he told everybody. Now, if you still think your solve is correct, even though your solve is not the Homer Brown, I don't know. They're not my words, not my thoughts. It's not something that I thought of. It's something that Forrest told us. And I'm telling you what he told us. And I'm explaining what that should mean. If I told you the Homer Brown, you go right to it. Job done. So stop saying I'm making blanket statements. Stop saying that I'm making it all up. You might not agree with how I find stuff out, but I'm not telling you how I find stuff out. I'm telling you what Forrest said. Those statements are real. Scrapbook 200, email 20, blind man. Forrest even said, if he was blind, he couldn't find it. If he was blind, he couldn't find it. Scrapbook 200, email 20. K-Pro did a show. Go and watch them. You think I'm trying to prove you wrong. Wrong. I'm trying to prove Forrest correct. And I am trying to make it happen with Forrest Fenn. So, as I said earlier, if it was about me, I'd have come out with all this information in 2020. Stuff the chase and stuff everybody else. It's not about me. It's not about you. Not about anybody. It's about Forrest Fenn. And when something ends the chase, you will understand. You will understand. Now, I would love to tell you all the information that I've found, how you can understand all the information that Forrest Fenn has given. I would love to tell you that. But it would damage the spot. 100%. And that might be why you got the information that you got. And that might be why you got 9 Mile Hole. But I tell you now, it's real information that helps you understand the thrill of the chase. So get behind Forrest. Stop worrying whether you solved it or not. If you did, you can't get anything. The race hasn't finished. You won't get your gold medal till everyone crosses the line. Till everyone crosses the line, you will not get anything. It's not about Forrest trying to stitch anybody up. It's not about you being done out of anything. It's not about the family being arseholes. It's about everybody in the chase being arseholes because they're not listening to what Forrest Fenn said. That's how I see it. I missed all this. I can't debate with people. Look, I'm not trying to say you're wrong, Troy. I'm trying to say Forrest said this. And that means because he said this, you tell me a solve, I have to say no. You take treasures down, then say, Forrest doesn't say take it in the canyon down, but you take treasures down the page and then go up the creek, go up the canyon. What? You can't have it both ways. If you can't take it in the canyon down, you can't spell treasures. You can't spell treasures. It doesn't happen. The solve doesn't exist. You can't have it both ways. Now, I'm not saying you're wrong. Forrest may have thought that. This is how I want to plan it. This is how I want to do it. And you may be 100% correct. But when I factor in, if you know the Homer Brown, you can go right to it. That is not 5 springs. And in the poem, it says 5 waters. And I can give you your solve. as it's wrote in the poem, but it isn't the one. Because of that reason. If I told you the Homer Brown, you go right straight to it. Forrest words, not mine. I'm not making it up. It's not my imagination of it. It's not my perception of it. His factual statement. Double down with, if you know the Homer Brown, Warm Waters. Triple down, if you know the Homer Brown, the Blaze. Why are you worried about them if you know the Homer Brown? Not me. It's not me. But you don't want to listen. Nobody wants to listen. I'm trying to tell you what Forrest said. You think that I'm lying. You think that I'm biased. You think whatever you think. You think the way that I find information is pathetic. It doesn't matter. It's about Forrest. I need to leave. I can't be surrounded by ignorance. Well, you're surrounding yourself. You're surrounding yourself. What is ignorant about the Homer Brown statements that Forrest makes? Are you calling Forrest ignorant? Are you calling Forrest ignorant? He gave you that statement, all three of them. He gave you the scrapbooks. He gave you the interviews. He gave you Forrest Gets Mailed. He gave you the vignettes. He gave you all these things. You don't listen to him? Fine. You don't want to hear me repeat those things? Fine. Doesn't make me ignorant. Doesn't make Forrest ignorant. It makes you hard of hearing, though. And maybe blind. I found Mancos, Colorado. Woohoo. Yeah, there's quite a few Colorado. Like if there is 109 souls, then 109 people should be happy. But I don't know how that works. I don't know. Punctuation won't help me, but it does have it does have Morse code in there. Funny you should say that. It has Morse code. That was something that I said to Forrest as well. And it does have. So me and David did a breaker one-liner police chat. Is another soul that's in there. I don't know if anybody's done that one, but it's in there if you want to do it. While someone's in the grade went, oh, he's graduating. Well, congratulations, and I hope he does well at college. DIA, I don't know what that means. Drinking in alcohol. I have to get home and watching game. Good, I'm glad you're here anyway, Newman. Come on, Eileen. I don't know what come on is. They grow up fast. I spent 28 years helping each. Wow, successful, good. Well, then the ignorant should leave. Bye, Troy. Newman. But thanks for that. FBI guy, it's Sergeant Computer. Wow. Oof. Yes. Well, hats off to the veteran, definitely. But I mean, FBI guy. Woo. He was in the when we climbed that mountain. Climb every mountain. Now he's going off to college. Wow. Well. I hope he doesn't have to join in the Thrill of the Chase. Oh. Why'd you? I don't understand, excuse me. Why'd you? People have to be so insulting. I don't get it. Jess was in Colorado. It doesn't matter. Bill, you don't understand English. American, whatever you want to call it. It doesn't matter. It's not about you. It's not about the chest. If you're right, you're right. But telling somebody, telling everybody, every time you go into somebody's chat over and over that you're correct, guess what? It won't make you correct. It won't make you correct. If your soul is at the Homer Brown, happy days. Happy days. Because that's what Forrest Fenn said. If it's there, happy days. If it's not, maybe you're not the solver. Maybe you're not the solver. But if you are, you'll get what you deserve. If you're not, you'll get what you deserve. Forrest will make it happen. He will find out the answers. And then maybe, well, you have apologizing to do anyway, because there's no need to be insulting. But I don't know. He may well be. I've got nothing against Bill, but he's very annoying. I've told him about the 200, Scrapbook 200, email 20, Capro did a show. They don't want to hear it. So, yeah, I'm grateful that, people say, excuse me, that people say, other people are wrong, but it doesn't matter whether they are or they aren't. It doesn't matter whether they are or they aren't. This will happen. This will happen. And, the chest and all that has gone on about it should be forgotten. I hope it is. I hope all this rubbish that people have talked about is not part of the chase going forward. Scrapbook 200 is absolutely about the blind, and email 20 is absolutely about the blind as well. Like I say, it doesn't matter if you're right 5, you'll get what what it is you're waiting for, and if you're wrong, you won't. But you will get the answers, and Forrest will make it happen. And that's it was his chase, and he asked us to join in with it. We didn't have to affect it. We didn't. The chase would have taken the course till something ends it without a solver. Without a solver. And Forrest's first awareness is what, brought this all about, and his place of that memory that hasn't happened yet. When he gets to that memory, that spot in his mind, that spot that he has, it's all good. But, you don't want to damage it until then. Australian girl, Helen, you call her Helen. Excuse me. Yeah, it's good to have you here, man. No need. I watch movies only when I can. I am so behind in the times. I can recommend plenty. Ready Player One, above all. Yeah, Ready Player One. There's some stuff. What's going on? Man, Uncharted, Italian Job, Glass Onion, Count, Monte Cristo, Field of Dreams, Tom's Crown Affair, Hemsworth, Ocean's 11. That's a good selection you got there, Tigger. Hate This Phone. Oh, I saw the Field of Dreams too. There seems to be a connection in there. If Forrest told you that there was fake and fraud in his past life, it was to prepare you for this, not because it's a bad thing, but because if you understand it, you understand it. Some of the information I gave to Forrest was similar to the information that people get in the chase. It won't make any sense unless you understand the reason why the statement's being made. So some people talk about the stoof.com page, and there'll be songs on there, and sometimes it's only a few words in the song. That's the reason why the song's there. The rest of the song is irrelevant. It's a bit like the chase, There's information there that is relevant, and the rest is just noise. It's not necessary. It's just certain parts of it that you need to know. Oh, chat slowed down just when I've slowed down to get a chance to read it. So, I've told David I'm very wary about the information that I put out. I'm wary because I don't want to steal the thunder from Forrest. I don't want to spoil what's supposed to take place. And I could be wrong. Let's not kid ourselves. We all think that we solve the thrill of the chase. I absolutely believe 100% with all the information that we have and the understanding of the chase from the history of it to the going forward, I believe that we know what's happening. In fact, we're more trying to find the something that happens probably more than Forrest is. But it really doesn't matter. Let's wait for the something. Let the flag, go up. Let Forrest get his awards. Let everybody be a winner. I don't see anything wrong with that. That outcome I don't see anything wrong with. But it seems there are a lot of people in the chase that just want, $1 million or whatever, is, what makes them happy because they thought they got an answer. That is still possible. That is still possible if they have the correct solve. That is still possible. It just can't happen because the second part of it hasn't finished. It hasn't finished. The hare ran round. If all the people were solved as the hare ran round and, went to sleep. And the tortoise is still going. Still going. The race hasn't finished. The hare's just sleeping. Thinks it's finished. Not interested in anything else. Knows it beat the hare. Obviously, no offense, Forrest, but calling Forrest the hare. Because he has to, he had his own thrill of the chase to do as well. And you're waiting for Forrest to finish. Unfortunately, it's not up to Forrest. He's riding a fucking GG, and that GG is just can't get out of his own way. That's what Forrest told us in the thrill of the chase. Can't get out of his own way. So we wait. We wait for lightning. We wait for Forrest GG to get him over the line. And when that happens, all good. The Bills-Miami game. Even that was something that I sent to Forrest as well. Something to do with Miami. What was that? The Bulls, Miami Bull. Some sort of swimming. Can't remember what that was now. There's a lot of things. I can't remember what I did. Loads of things. But I do believe that Forrest told us the answers, and I think that if everybody listens to those statements and honestly uses them in the solve they have, they'll know Forrest told them the answer and theirs is not correct. It's in the poem. It's right. It was supposed to be found. Forrest knew it would be found. He gave everybody the chance. They were all in that room. Does anybody know about my secret treasure? No. Good. Granite was going on about Forrest being king. Of course he is. It's a rule. It's a rule. It's a synonym of rule. So is chair. So is throne. Forrest gave you the words that you needed and told you everything that was possibly going to happen and told you everything that was happening and told you that it wouldn't make sense. Nothing is as it seems. Words don't mean what you think they do. And yet, You're criticizing because you believe that they do. And everything that happens in your world says that it's not real. But Forrest has told you it's not real. And it's not what it seems. And that words don't mean what they say they do. But you take them as being that way. And you take what you're seeing as being real. But Forrest was just giving you information in those words, in what's happening. 9 Mile Hole is there for a reason. It's information to help you understand. Now, that information is in the poem. It's in the poem. It tells you, I showed you Jack the other day in the video. It tells you that Jack is at 9 Mile. That's what it says. If you looked at where I wrote Jack, you'll see that he's at 9 Mile Hole. Now, you can say that it's bullshit that what I do and how I find it and whatever, or what we do. But it makes sense. And it helps you understand what's happening in the chase. Now, Forrest was doing things to aid the finder, even though Forrest could be the finder. If Forrest was doing things to aid the finder, then the finder would know that Jack is supposed to be at 9 Mile Hole. Now, if you have that information and know that information and know that it's in the poem, you know it's supposed to happen, so it doesn't matter. You know that he's not trying to take your chest from you. He's just telling you, here is something that I wrote in the poem. And you will see this in the chase. Just like you will see him in the office with the gold and Jack. Just like you will see Pam talking about Far Too Soon from Ryan Bavetta on K-Pro's video. All those words are in the poem, written, ready before it happened. You will find Cynthia going across the Madison to the Flat Island and then the Totem Cafe in the poem. And all of the other stuff. But it's there just for information. Not to do anybody out of anything. It's not to screw people over. It's just probably to find out if someone can read the poem or not. Hey, Nikki, how you doing? Tigger, I am straight. Oh, I don't know if I want to read that. Too much of that will make you blind. Oh, I don't know what's been said now. Okay, I'm back. Did someone resolve anything? Well, no. But you needed resolve. You had to shift, drift, and adjust. You had to adapt. The person that could do that would have some idea of what to do. Bill, you need to humble you. That ain't going to happen. It won't happen until the answers are given. What if there's a 9-hole golf course nearby? Would that be sus? We did talk about golf. We did talk about hole in one. Another 9-mile hole. I don't know how much you heard, Red, but I was talking about 3 statements from Forrest that says it's at the home of Brown. So, why are you worried about warm waters if you know the home of Brown? If you know the home of Brown, you can go right to it. Why are you worried about the blaze if you know the home of Brown? So, if you're going to the home of Brown and there's a golf course there, then all good. Scrapbook 213 about a leaf from my birth city is good. It means they can't claim to know. We could all do that. Some things happens on Davey's birthday. We can all find, that's the problem with the chase. We can all find, associations. Talk about Moses and the bullet. Moses is in Wyoming. Moses is one of the lawgivers. Moses is on one of the tablets in there, and tablets are knowledge. The bullet is shot. So what is shot? What else can I say about Moses? I think that's about it for what I understand about Moses. Let's talk about my faith in Shiloh. Now I have to believe that I have faith in Shiloh only through my faith in Forrest. So I'm sorry, Newman, if you are Shiloh. But my belief in Shiloh, and I didn't really want to do too much of the good Shiloh because that again detracts from Forrest. So my faith in Shiloh is he is the grandson of Major Forrest Burke Fenn, and I am fully aware that he would have similar traits, and I appreciate that. But I believe that Forrest has got this, and whatever Shiloh does is because of what Forrest has planned and instilled in Shiloh. So whilst I appreciate Shiloh very much, and I won't have a bad word said about the man, I think, including Hickey, I don't know what his first name is, and Carl, everyone else who is involved in the chase, and including Cynthia probably, and help Forrest, then, I'm good with those people. And I will reiterate, it doesn't matter if these people have their hands in the cookie jar, if you believe that or not, because I'm pretty certain Forrest has a solution to that. Newman is not Shiloh. Yeah, but I'm just saying. Hey, so Uncle Joe, have you been a top of what? I don't know what the claim was, so I can't see that. Hey, Mr. Frank, how you doing, man? Good to see you here. You missed the interesting stuff. I ventured that 47 people are here tonight because wow, I didn't realise there was that many in here. Thanks for that. Well, there's 44 now. What have you done? Scared 3 people off. I'm here tonight because snow in New Mexico inches on now here. Thanks, Five Leaf. So what are you saying? Everybody lives in New Mexico? No, I'm only joking. I was in his house. Pictures. Bill Gorman is not the solver. The poem says he's not the solver. They're not my words. I say what I see. I believe in Forrest. I believe in the poem. If the poem said something bad about me, I'd have to believe it because I believe everything else. So, I'd have to believe that. I don't know how Forrest did the poem. I really don't. I don't know what it says. Half the things that it says, I really don't. I haven't put the information out earlier, even though I knew. All the information I put out, I knew ages ago. I'm talking years ago, not, months ago. The information that I put out, I go over with Davey. Some of it is new, I'll give you that. But some of it is about the moving forward in the chase, the things that will happen should, these things move along. But the ending of the chase, there's something that ends the chase, I think has been predicted in the poem. And I was saying to Davey, Forrest had a goal in mind, and the reason why somebody would earn it was that goal. But I think we're still waiting for something to end it. That could be really close in one way, but not in the way that I think Forrest wanted it finished. Snow coming my way also. Shh. Don't talk about snow. We had sun today. It's still cold, but we had sun. Enjoyed your track footage during streets yesterday. Good stuff. Yes, I enjoyed that as well. I'm saying. See power. Will chest number 2 be found soon? Why do people talk about? Frank, you might be right, but my understanding, and I think Forrest made it quite clear. Stop searching. Chests found Treasure found. All done. Finished. Finished. We are waiting for something to end the chase. That's it. There may be more going forward, but this part of the chase, in my opinion, maybe in David's opinion, is over. We are waiting for something to end the chase, to find out the miracle that Forrest made happen. To find out how everyone can be a winner. Oh no. Stop insulting people. This is not what this is about. I'm trying to get people to, to just get behind Forrest. Yeah, that's the problem. Bill gets under people's skin and then it just degenerates, and other people can't help themselves but say horrible things, and then you can then triangulate third point. So he never gives in, does he, Bill? Tells me that. So FF was not amazed if at YFF. So this many will be lost. Table later. Document. Such. Is there always snow in Colorado, Red? Dave? Except Bill Treasure was in Colorado. It's in the poem. If I was a betting man, I'd put money. Go in the Colorado area, maybe Black Creek. You're just going by what Greg's talking about. So you missed the first bit, Frank. What I said to you, to people in the room, Forrest told us where it was, and nobody listens. Forrest said, if I told you the home of Brown, you go right straight to it. That statement tells you it's at the home of Brown. That statement tells you it's at the home of Brown. No other way about it. It tells you it's at the home of Brown. He then says, if you know the home of Brown, why are you worried about Warm Waters Holt? So that tells you the home of Brown is more important than Waters Holt. He then says, if you know the home of Brown, why are you worried about the Blaze? That tells you, or should tell you, that all three are in the same place. So after going through all of that, you know where you are. Arrive back where you started and know the place for the first time. You didn't go anywhere. You went to the home of Brown. You saw the Blaze. You looked quickly down. You got the chest. You didn't mess about and went in peace. That's the simple poem. People want to complicate it. I don't know. Forrest couldn't have made it any easier. Okay, Mario. I don't know what that means. I don't like people that expect admiration for no reason. Little hard, five, Bill worked hard. We all worked hard on the poem. Team Fenn calls them all bullshitters. Double Blaze. Oh. You don't give in. Bill doesn't give in. I do. Info. I do. Not info. I don't know what that means. The piece of other Bill was just stop. Well, stop talking to him then. You won't have nobody to talk to if you don't know I'll answer him. I'm a fighter, but I'll stand down. Yeah, there's no need to fight. Like I say, if nobody answers Bill, then he'll talk to himself. And again, Joe, my mum was. Yeah, we don't want any of that sort of stuff, Bill. Golden Key, how are you doing? Yes, it is, Mario. Home of Brown. One needs to be aware of. Thanks, Golden Key. As I said, I don't like giving out information because I don't want to ruin anything for Forrest. But all this falling out, all this, I'm the solver, I know what the answer is, blah, blah, blah. given hundreds of videos stating it, you know, it's not about us as solvers. It's about Forrest Fenn achieving something in order to make everybody a winner. But you just want to fight over a chest. The poem says that Bill has a hint of truth in what he's talking about. A hint of truth. So again, it might be right, but it's not what Forrest wanted. No, Bill, it works the other way. You start on everybody and then they push back on you. Brisbane Falls from shit. Yeah, okay. Did everyone know that man never once gave a complete soul? Actually, I told everybody I was not going to give a soul. And if you had any respect for Forrest, you wouldn't give the soul because he told you not to. But I tell you what, there's one person that knows the solve that would know if Mario gave a solve or gave any indication that he might know what was happening throughout the chase in the last 4 years. Whether I solved it or not is irrelevant, as I keep saying. You will know if you're the solver, and you will get what you deserve. Forrest will see to that. But only after something has a chase and his miracle happens. Now, if you're not the solver, out of the 50 or so, 30 or so, whatever, who claim that they are correct and the only ones that could have possibly done this, if you're not, and you're not involved with Forrest, and you're not playing the game to throw chaos out there, you need to be sitting down when you find out the answers, because it is going to hurt you. It is going to hurt you. The fact that you had no faith in Major Forrest Burke Fenn. You had no faith in a maverick, and you believed that you were smarter than him, because you weren't supposed to beat him. You were supposed to help him. But you took him on. More fool you. Well, you mean knowledge, yeah. So, and that's in the good. I forgot what I was going to say now. But there's another word that means rule. School. School is another word that means rule. Correct. Whether you solve it or not, is it? Well, that's another thing that there's always been problems. Good Lord, I'm sure you chimps singing shit at each other. Yeah, it's pointless. I don't like slinging shit, but I do like to stand my ground. No, Mary doesn't believe anything. Mary does. He believes that Forrest is too smart for me, and I wouldn't understand anything if he didn't tell me the answers. That's what I believe. Forrest wants people to open their eyes and see what's going on. Yeah, but the thing is, they can't see what's going on even in here. I get the idea that the soul was smarter than all of us put together through tries. I don't know about that. I think, Forrest is the smart one and we are just, trying to catch up. I believe in the Maverick. I don't think I'm solving anything, but I hope I'm right about it. I would say that I'm 100% certain about what's going to happen. I'm 100% certain why all these timelines have come and gone. And I'm 100% certain that we won't know when it's going to happen. It will happen when it happens. Nothing we can do. Genius hands down. Like I say, this stream isn't about me. This stream is about Forrest told us the answers and nobody wants to listen to him. And Forrest told us how simple it was and nobody wants to listen to it. And Forrest hasn't done anybody out of anything and nobody wants to listen. Bill, hopefully for the last time, the solve does not matter. Forrest making it happen matters. If Forrest makes it happen and you are the solver, boom, all good. All good. You don't have to tell the whole world you'll solve. If you're the solver, Forrest makes it happen, all good. The only person that needs to know the solve was Forrest. If you gave Forrest the right answer, you didn't have to tell anyone else. You didn't have to tell anyone else. But more than that, Forrest said, don't tell anybody. Don't ruin the spot for me. That's what Forrest said. But you can't help yourself because you're selfish. I have no idea what FF said. No, you're just talking stupid. Okay, I didn't do it. It don't matter. What's the... I thought it was last March. The ones that find it. Absolutely. America is coming back. So that's what I said the other day. That's why I was a little bit passionate. Once that flag goes up, and it will, those people that didn't want to believe in Forrest, they don't deserve to look at it. They don't deserve to be under it. They shouldn't even call themselves Americans. Although, like I say, Forrest said in the poem that an American wasn't going to solve it. The school is the rule. Once you know the rules, that's the whole point of it. You're halfway there. Don't take orders from Ice, Eric, Ice. Oh, Ice, Ice, baby. Missed that. No, if you piece together. Stop saying you're the solver. Forrest is the solver. Forrest is the finder. Just, I don't know. You just don't get it. He gave you all the answers. Same here. He gave you all the answers. He's found a way to make everybody a winner. That makes him a solver. Spare a thought for the author. And that makes him the finder. And it doesn't matter who solved it. They will get whatever they deserve. But Forrest will be more than an asterisk in a book that wasn't written, and he will be proud of his Rosetta Stone. His words that nobody could interpret. That's how I see it. You're going too quick now. When I talk, it goes quick. When I look at it, it doesn't move. Express. I think I'd rather see. Excuse me. No, I'm good. I'll keep saying I'm solving just the competition in this. Okay, but Forrest beat your hands down, I'm afraid. He found a way for everyone to win, which is more than we did. Forrest is the third finder. Well, I don't know how to take that. I know that he's definitely a finder and he's definitely a solver. So if the solver is discovered to have been part of this ending, but the solver tries to believe, does that solver? I'm not bothered about lawsuits. I think when the answer is known, no one's going to put in a lawsuit because they just don't know what it is. But it's possible. You know, I haven't, if I am the solver, I haven't done it for that. But in my own mind and my heart, I didn't want to screw Forrest over. I didn't want the spot, damaged. Even though Forrest said people keep going to the spot and they don't even know he's there or he's been there and it's his place. People still going there. They're going there. They're going there today. I don't know what time it is there, but they're probably going there today. Or trying to get there. And I don't know. I thought you said your dog found it, Bill. Yeah, because of what Forrest said about going fire truck at Fenn finale. I'm not understand that. Hard was. I think it'll be undisputed. People talk about the chest and the for me, two different things. Two different ways of finding information. But if you talk about simple solve, it don't get any simpler than that. It really don't get any simpler than that. There's no way it's going to be disputed. And I've just told you how you can find it again. And that's because I think, we're closer than we've ever been to this being, something ending it. But if you won't listen to Forrest, you'll never find it. You'll never find it. So I might be unglued. It's not about a chest. It doesn't matter about the chest. The chest that Forrest talked about is going back. He told us that at the beginning. The other chest, that is a chest that was in the Thrill of the Chase book, was sold at auction. So finding another chest does not end the chase. As I was saying about Greg. If Greg goes off to this place that Forrest said is not correct, because he said if you're walking too far, no, it's in a safe place. This isn't a safe place. On the edge of a cliff. It's not in a safe place. And Forrest said you can get it in any weather, but you can't go to this place if it's snowing. So I'm starting to believe that Forrest is always right. Well, Forrest is always correct. So this solve, even though people have been there in 2016 and Greg said it's right, this solve that he's talking about, so even if you find another chest, it does not end the chase and it does not stop Forrest making it happen. No, Frank, you get every work off my research. Nobody's research now or since 2020 is going to make any difference ever to anything other than their own gratification. Forrest will make this happen. All the cred will go to him, as it should. If somebody found a chest and Forrest knew that was the correct answer, they will get whatever they were supposed to get, but that will pale in comparison to what this was about. Nothing in chase could surprise me at this point. Anything is possible. Okay. But down, oh man, I don't. Oh. No. Deep. Keeping a secret, releasing information is contradicting. Well, no, because the secret isn't told. The secret is being told to the person who knows the secret. not to everybody else. Okay, cred to the stupid fool who did this thing. If that makes it any better. Yeah, no worries. You'd be as sassy as you want. Double Blazes Bill and Smoking Joe Bill and Bill. They're being sassy, so it doesn't matter. Cook's Gap, Wyoming, a secret pond. Ooh. You know, there's a nook in Wyoming, and it's to do with the hand and cart something or other company in Wyoming. No. Yes. So street has part of it, but it's only because it sounds like thought. Only sounds like it was in thought. Seeing this in action tells me I'm still correct. Thank you. This is exactly what I don't expect. So seeing this tells me still correct. Thank you. Okay. Chest was in the vault. Theft of unique. Huh? No. I don't know. Why are you still going on about a chest? Why are you still going on about a chest? So people, all the crazies are showing up. They've always been here. They're just more vociferous. I'm the researcher that used the chest motif to find 12th century river that was a secret real school, but okay. Even if that's the answer, Indy, it has nothing to do with what's going to happen. This is going to affect the world, in my opinion, David B's opinion. This is going to affect everybody. This is going to be a way to make everybody win. Potentially, possibly, I don't know. But that, in my opinion, is what Forrest was trying to do. Why can't everybody get along, he said. Yeah, he's... Oh, don't know. Hey, Woody. Pretty good that he can do it, though. Always in the vault. Under lock and key. Pretty sure about that. Looking back, all four of those was thinking it was that there. Well, I believe there was a chest out there. Because Forrest said there was. I believe there was a location in the Rocky Mountains where there was a chest. No. If Forrest is a solver, that was something else I was going to say. Yeah. FF is dead. Okay, Indy, sorry. But that still wouldn't affect the chase. See, because you don't know the solve. How worthless family feel? The main. Oh. See, it's hard to know. I don't know how much Forrest told them. I don't know how much Forrest told them, so I don't know what it is they would expect. But anybody that all those people saying that they didn't want the chase to happen, if they didn't know when they find out, pride, I suppose. Well, probably not amazed because they know how good he is, but 100% pride. Sorry, Paul, you were in the tub. I didn't want to disturb you. No, I don't think Street is Tigger. Oh, I don't know. I'm just saying that it might be. But Tigger's too polite to be Street, I think. Yeah, but if you look at all the other superintendents, you'll see why things happened. Yeah, I know Yellowstone's superintendent was Moses. Yeah, nobody's going to stumble upon what tells me that's it was controlled because it was out in the wild. That's absolutely why it was controlled. There was nobody there. We were surprised. There was nobody there. 11 things and 14 things had to come together. Marif, for what it's worth, I think they'll be incredibly happy. Yeah, like I say, I don't know what Forrest told them, and I don't want to say too much on here. INFJ, but if they didn't want to get involved in the chase, excuse me, the reality of what's happening, yeah, I have no doubts. I know they know Forrest. Forrest says he can do it. So I know they'll know that. But whether they knew that he was doing it, I don't know. And if they didn't, they, like the rest of us, need to be sitting down when you find out. Trigger? Tigger. Paul Trigger. Lark Street says people will ignore you when they... Driving east or north east is the best view. I slept once. Here's the one that we were in Greg show. Who is the one that we were in Greg show? I handle truth. I'll try to tell you the truth. If you can't get round that Forrest said those three statements, he said more to compound. It's the home of Brown. It's the home of Brown. If you don't want to believe that, and you want to believe that the cipher was the answer, that's fine. But it's the home of Brown. That rule had to move up. That clue had to move to the top. And so did the blaze, because the blaze is related to the home of Brown. So therefore, Sol's first two clues went right by the chest, because they didn't know where they were. You only needed one place. You change hands too many times, I'll take unique circumstances. Bill, the solve doesn't matter. I have not ever said to you, I am the solver and I want something from Forrest Fenn. Ever. Ever. But you keep saying that to me. I don't know why. I can't do nothing for you. You can tell me as much as you want. Me agreeing with you won't make any difference. Me agreeing with 5 won't make any difference. If 50,000 people agree with you, it won't make any difference. Either of you. It won't make any difference if anybody agrees with you. It doesn't make any difference if anybody agrees with me. What will make a difference is when something ends the chase and Forrest is proven to be someone that we should admire and respect and try to be like and try to have our descendants be like. That is what the chase should be about. No, he just says that you're a fool, Dick. I'm only joking, Bill. Not interesting. Do you not see anyone else that I was a solver here? I didn't say you Double Blazes University. I said Bill. And because you're Double Blazes University, that means you. Forrest is dead, Marriott. But Forrest can still affect the future, even if he's not here. And it might not be about Forrest. It might be about the stupid fool who did this thing, whose hairs are in the chest. not his chest, in the chest. But you don't know what the solve is, so you don't know what that means. You have no idea what that means. You have no idea what that means. Because you don't know the solve. You don't understand why Forrest said, "I'll put the hairs in the chest to show what kind of fool did abandon this opulent treasure," or whatever he said. Does that mean Forrest? Or does that mean the stupid fool, or whatever the words were, what crazy fool abandoned this opulent treasure? Who was it? Was it Forrest or was it someone else? You don't know because you don't know what the answer is. Forrest said, not going to make any stipulations after the fine, but guess what? Guess what, Bill? Something significant was said. Forrest said, the who and the where is up to the finder. The who is up to the finder. The who is up to the finder. Why is the who up to the finder? If the finder's the finder, it doesn't have to say who the who was. Might say what the where was, but it doesn't have to say who the who was. Yeah, I think he hasn't had his. He's either had too many tablets, not enough tablets, or too much weed. See, that's another thing. People make statements, but they don't understand that when they make the statement, I could just show them the poem, and it'd be there. Which is what I was going to put out. I was going to put it out, but it's too much information. So basically, if you don't have the first clue, then if you don't have the first clue nailed down, then you have nothing. That tells you in the poem, you have it nailed down. That statement in the poem has it nailed down. If you move the N from the word down that has it nailed, the word down that has it nailed, the word nailed, the word down, the word it, if you move that N, you don't have it right, you spell nothing. When you read, if you don't have, and begin it where warm waters halt being the first clue, guess what you have? You have the word nothing. So if you don't have the first clue nailed down, in two instances where it says begin it where warm waters halt, you read the word nothing. When it finishes where it says nailed down, it is underneath, you have it nailed down. Strange words to use, aren't they, nailed down? But like I said, Forrest has to be precise in the words. He can't change the words. They're written in the poem. It's already written. That's why they have to be the same words over and over. Have to be the same words. It's already written in the poem. You can't change it. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense. So when Forrest makes a statement, that statement is 100% the same. Because it's written in the poem and it can't change. It cannot change. It has to be how it is written in the poem, and it has to make sense how it is written in the poem. That's why you don't understand it. It has to be the way that it's written in the poem. So when people say, who's done all that? Who's deleted those? Oh, Davey. Don't worry about it, Davey. The more people interact with him, the more he'll write stuff. If you just ignore him. Smoking Joe at first, Bill, was a cool person, but he morphed into a mean person. Yeah, because he thinks that somebody's done him out of, $1 million. Or he's just part of the chase and meant to wind people up. I don't know. I love gold mining in my spare time, so yes, gold digger. Where is Lucky Digger? Take it, take the chest, also take the motif on the box. I didn't take a radial of it. Well, it said, which way does the blaze face? North, east, south, or west? You can't get a radial off the blaze. You can't. There's no direction. But the only way's up. The only way is up, baby. Not up your creek, though. Take it. No, I don't know. The top of the chest doesn't face any direction. No, it faces up. It has to face up. Because unless, I don't know, I suppose if it was on its side, it'd face a direction. But if it's lying, on the base, then it faces up. Double blazes. But I think the statement was about the blaze. Which way does the blaze face? So if the chest is the blaze, Bill ain't getting much of a look in, is he? Everybody's trying to take it in turns to look. Sorry, Bill, but you bring it on yourself. I would normally stick up for people and say, look, don't block people, but people can only take so much. There's a look in here. Channel. On a satellite dish, you take a radio to aim it. I come here for good content, Mario. It's childish behavior. Massive radio tri-wheel, the man from back east. Motif, radio, tri-wheel, man from back east. So I'm still not sure how that was said. Back east or just east or both. Bill is going to find out today. What's he going to find out today? Frank, no, I want a root beer. Right. Kind of broke because I think we're all kind of broke. I think it's the way of the world just now. It was really good candy. Indy, did you get further with your friend who had a broken ankle? Paul, leave him alone. So, ankle wasn't broken. Bad man. And he dared to want to be on street stream. It's a good job he didn't, otherwise we'd all go around smacking one now. Yes, you have Golden Key. You're one of the people that I was talking about. Whoever the solver is, they've had 4 years to look at the people in the chase and work out what type of people they are. And there are some good people in the chase, such as yourself, Golden Key. Many will block me now because they refuse to read my words. That will soon change for them. I don't block his eyes. I'll try to read everybody's words, if they're, civil. But, and I don't mind debating stuff, and I don't mind people, calling me names and saying I'm not the solver or whatever. To me, that's irrelevant. We'll find out eventually what the situation is. I will not anyone go hungry. No shortage of backstabbers in the chase. 2 days, nothing. Sad bloke. I don't have anything to say. I'm only saying what Forrest said. It's sorry I'm late to the chat, but I broke my foot. You stupid bugger. I wish I hadn't read that now. I hope you're not in the hot tub again. No shortage. Yeah, I'm thinking those people that get stabbed in the back bring it on themselves. And those people who do the stabbing on the back, who got a surprise coming. No retirement for me. Still helping my kids and running 5 businesses. I do try to help when I can. Yeah, you seem to be doing loads and loads. Another nice person in the chase, Lily Bell. We need more people like you. No. I say that because you're not supposed to know he's got a little pecker. Oh. This is a fun chat. Maybe this is what Shiloh was talking about. Yeah, it's epic chat too as well. Too late. That happened a few years ago. Oh dear. Too late. Too late, baby. Now it's too late. So going forward, fun and answers. I keep saying epic, but it was fun and answers that we were told. I think people would settle for answers. And if there was fun, that would be a plus, bonus. Me personally, that's what I think. I think people will settle for answers, and then, if there's fun as well, that would be good. So, looking forward to at least answers. Tash? I'm sure. As long as you have money. Maybe. What does Davey say? There's nothing wrong with having fun, but constant harassment of every other person on the channel by one person that we tolerate. There you go. See, there's no need for saying that, is there? And then somebody's going to block you, and you're going to go, picking on me. I broke with a right angle. Excuse me, I'm totally. Solvers can be pets, believe me. So what you're saying is your solve starts at the Homer Brown, finishes at the Homer Brown, and you take the chest and go in peace. Is that what you're saying, 5 Because that's what has to happen. That's what Forrest said. He told you the Homer Brown was at Warm Waters Holt, and he told you the Homer Brown was at the Blaze. Everything in the middle is in the same place. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. That's why it's so simple. Talked to Greg today, and he was explaining the why theory. Told him he should just try eating. There isn't a solve that somebody has in the chase that doesn't feel like it's correct. There isn't. The word rule, Forrest had 109 rules. The word rule, synonyms to solve. It's synonyms to hint. It's synonyms to clue. Synonyms to square. Synonyms to school. Synonyms to throne. Synonyms to king. Synonyms to most of the things that happened in the chase that Forrest talked about. Also, there's the throne. Synonyms to chair. So the fact, Granite Grand was talking about Forrest Van being a king. It's because it's a rule. It's a rule that he had. Now, if a rule is a solve, there could be 109 solves. And if a rule is a clue, then there could be 9 rules in the poem that, if followed precisely, will lead to the end of the rainbow and my treasure. Now, if you move those rules up as they become important, they all end up at the same place. They all end up at Warm Waters Halt. They all end up as Warm Waters Halt. But Forrest didn't say, if I tell you where Warm Waters Halt, you go right straight to it. Forrest said, if I told you the home of Brown, you go right straight to it. So therefore, the most important rule or clue in the poem that moved up is the home of Brown. You go to the home of Brown, you go right straight to it. So go to the home of Brown, where the warm waters, and see the blaze. There you go. Yes, man. Every little thing both over. Yeah, your soul will be there. Street soul will be there. Bill's soul will be there. My soul will be there. Dave Man from the East soul will be there. Indy's information will be there. Frank's bullshit about meeting Forrest in New Mexico will be there. All of those things will be in there because it's part of the chase. I don't mean any offense, just take Mickey and Frank. But when you talk about meeting Forrest, it was in the poem. It'll all be there and it'll all be revealed. And maybe that's what the 3 books are. To tell you, look, here are the souls that I gave you. Forrest will say, here are the souls that I gave you. And I appreciate the fact that you solved them and found the answers that I wanted you to find. Because guess what? He told you it in the poem. He told you he was giving you answers. He was going to hint of riches new and old. And they would be answers that he already knew. He told you in the poem. So you gave him the answers that he gave you. He was happy with that. Now, maybe that was where it's supposed to end. Take the chest, go in peace. But people didn't. He warned you, everybody. That's me taking flack. I'm going to get shit off the searchers because of how this ends. I'm going to get shit. Think nice thoughts of me, he said. Why would he say that? Nobody had a bad thought about him when everything was going good. But before it was found, he told you to think nice thoughts. Why would he say that? He knew he was going to get shit. He told you to think nice thoughts. And he already knew the answers because he gave you them. So you should have took the chest and went in peace. Should have took the chest and went in peace. But no, everybody who found the chest is kicking off that they've got the correct solve, and Forrest left a shit show. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He had answers that he already knew, and he wanted to see what sort of people were in the chase. Now he knows what sort of people are in the chase. Now he knows. And I bet there's not one that found a chest that hasn't said that Forrest left a shit show. Well, apart from me and Davey. We don't feel Forrest has left a shit show. It's not finished. So all I can say is you better hope that Forrest doesn't hold it against you. You try to say that he stitched you up. Because he didn't. He gave you the... Why would he stitch you up if he gives you the answers? What is the point of that? Giving the answers. Here you go. It's at the home of Brown. Gives you the answers. The answers I already know. He's give you the answers. He's give you the solves. Why would he stitch anyone up? I don't get it. That's why your solve won't be there then, Paul. That's fair enough. But you've given some people a bit of aggro, haven't you? If you give Forrest any aggro, I am psychic and speaking for us now. He's laughing at how wrong you are. Cool. How can I be wrong? You don't listen to the things that you say, do you, Bill? You just told me I have never given out my solve. Now you're telling me I'm wrong. And all I'm doing is telling you what Forrest said and what it means. This statement can't be taken any other way. If I told you the home of Brown, you go right straight to it. This statement can't be taken any other way. If I told you the home of Brown, why are you worried about where warm waters hold? This statement can't be taken any other way. If I told you the home of Brown, why are you worried about the blaze? How am I wrong by making those statements? And how am I wrong by saying, well, if that's the case and you can go to the home of Brown, it has to come before warm waters hold? Or at least be part of it, because you can go right straight to the chest at the home of Brown. You can go right straight to the chest at the home of Brown. So therefore, it has to be the first clue, or part of the first clue. Now, if you solve the first two clues and walk right by the chest, guess what happens? You have the home of Brown, which you can go right straight to. You are at warm waters hold, which is where you begin. Once you leave that area, you've gone right past the chest. That's how simple it is. You don't want to listen to that? Fine. But I'm just telling you what Forrest said. You don't want to listen to it? Fine. Okay, be respectful, Smoking Joe. Yeah, don't worry about it. Unless he's, upsetting other people. Let's follow this mantra. Trust no one. That's what he said. Forrest said, trust no one. And, I ended up not even trusting Forrest. Because I said, well, I can't tell you what the answers are because I don't know all these people in the chase. So I didn't even trust Forrest. Good night and thanks. Cheers, buddy. See you later, nomadic. Main message, my rule for me was to leave others alone. Unfortunately. Yeah, they're not listening. Even that's in the poem as well. That and Totem Cafe Caper. Totem Cafe Caper. If I told you that, you'd be shocked. Thanks, nomadic, though. Franco, the vanilla ice, baby. I think Forrest was referring to the 10 Commandments. Mary, you can't get to the home of Brown unless you go past one. No, unless you know it. See, people say these statements, but they don't know what home of Brown is, and they don't know what warm waters halt is. I'm telling you now, as a fact, home of Brown, warm waters halt, the blaze, same thing. And everything that's in that poem is talking about the same thing. But nobody wants to listen. Nobody wants to listen to Forrest. But he said it was simple. And he said, you think, why didn't I think of that? And blah, blah, blah. But if he's told you the answers, which he has, and the answers I already know, he's told you the answers. Why don't you listen? Why don't you just listen? It's not me. They're not my answers. They're not my thoughts. I am not thinking that Forrest said this. I'm telling you that Forrest said it because he said it. And it can only mean one thing. If they are rules, clues, then they move up, which is what Forrest told you, told everyone. A rule is a clue is a rule. Now that rule, Homer Brown, just got better than being fourth or fifth clue or whatever, third clue, whatever clue you had it as. It got better than being the fourth clue because you could go right to the chest. So you bring it to the top. It's what Forrest told you to do. It's now a better clue. But he also told you, why are you worried about the home of Brown? Why are you worried about the blaze if you know the Homer Brown? So therefore, the blaze has to move up with the Homer Brown because that's where the chest is. So everything else is not as good a clue. So you've got 1, 2, 3, and then the other stuff. Now, Forrest said, some people solve the first 2 clues, walk right by the chest. That is only possible if the Homer Brown clue is not 3rd or 4th or 5th. It's only possible if the Homer Brown is the first clue. Because you're at the chest. If I told you the Homer Brown, you go right straight to it. It's only possible if the Homer Brown is clue 1. It's only possible. The little girl from India can't get past the first 2 clues. Can't get closer than the first 2 clues. Why not? Because she's at the chest. She's at the chest. You can't get any closer than that. She's there. If you solve the first 2 clues, you're 50% there, metaphorically speaking. If I told you the first 2 clues, it's academic. It's academic because you're there. Doesn't make any difference. You don't need to know anything else. You are there, where you should be. All the information tells you it's at the Homer Brown. And it's simple. Nobody's listening. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. Real answers are key. Nothing else will last. Halt is a temporary stop or a temporary start. Could be a comma. Begin it where warm waters, comma, and take it in the canyon down. Forrest knew Marjorie Brown. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. Good night, Mr. Moon. And looking for it was Marjorie Brown. I think it was Margaret Brown. Was that Margaret Brown? Something like that anyway. Hours and hours of people. Time wasted. How is that? 5 leaf. I have not mentioned the poem. 3 statements that Forrest made. It's at the Homer Brown. Nothing you say, nothing you think, nothing you can do with your cipher changes what Forrest said. Nothing. And again, I don't know how I can. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. Please understand. It does not matter. The chase will end when something ends it. If you are the solver, whoever you are, you will get what you deserve. If you are the solver. No shenanigans have gone on. Nothing. No shenanigans. Forrest is making it happen. All of what you've heard is in the poem. It's all part of the chase. Nothing is as it seems. Words don't mean what you think they do, etc., etc., etc. I am Forrest. I've told you the truth. This is what he's saying to you. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Listen good. It's all good. I don't know why you keep saying what you say when I'm just telling you 3 statements from Forrest which are not in the poem. They are 3 statements from Forrest that say the Homer Brown is the most important thing that you can know. The most important. It takes you right to the chest. It's better than the blaze, and it's better than warm waters. That's what I'm telling you, because that's what Forrest said. If you don't want to put that into your solve, fine. Fine. But Forrest told you the answers. There are no shenanigans. You don't want to hear the truth, fine. There are no shenanigans. There is just making it happen to a place where even memory has not been. where my awareness took its first steps. Those sort of things. They're going to happen. And they're going to happen all the time. Happen. Bill Saul was one of the few that adhere to everything Forrest said. No need to cherry pick clues. You crazy people. Okay, Bill. What is below a home? A foundation. Sea meadows fly like an eagle. Ooh. When waters break and take the medicine in the canyon down. You don't go past the home of Brown. Yeah, not talk about the treasure. I'm talking about a chest that people say they found. I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about what Forrest said. Five, if I gave you the information that I have, even you, with everything that you say about the cipher, even you can't deny it. Even you. If I gave you the information, even you can't deny it. Even you will fall on your ass and wonder how the fuck did Forrest Fenn do this? Even you. That's how good it is. That is how good it is. Even you, Five. I can't give anybody it. It's not about me. It's about Forrest Fenn. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying I'm correct. I'm saying I have information that leads me to believe that Forrest is doing something amazing. And when I say amazing, I mean, I've got no other words. Forrest is doing something that, when he's done it, and that American flag is raised because of it, you better be on his side. You had better be on his side, or hang your head in shame. And I mean that. I mean that. I'm not even American. I'm not even American. But I can appreciate what Major Forrest Burke Fenn has achieved. Not just for him. Not just for him. Even if he wanted to take it with him. Even if he wanted to take it with him, not just for him. Good, bad, and the ugly, brilliant. Brilliant. Under the key with no name. Not for my name. Could be different. Build a soul hierarchy now with dentists. David B. Why do you not hear? Treasure has been found, but if you solve the poem, yeah, if you solve the poem, you'd know what was happening. But again, it doesn't matter. It's not about the solver. It never was. The solver in the chest. Did not solve it the way performance. If this community. It's not about you, Five. You're not listening to one single word. It is not about you. When this ends, nobody will know Five Leaf. Nobody will know Five Leaf. Nobody. Nobody will know Bill. Nobody will know anybody in the chase. Anybody in the chase. When this ends, that fool that abandoned this treasure, that fool, that's the person that will be known. That person. The fool that abandoned this treasure. That person will be known. And it'll have nothing to do with Five Leaf or Mario or Davey or anything else. That fool will be the person that will be known. The unknown French soldier. Characters only get worse. Yeah, this is as angry as I get. I was saying earlier, Frank, that if you knew me at work, what I do is there are people that do, pretty much like now, that pick on other people or, upset other people. And I pretend that I'm a certain way because I'm showing them this is the mirror. I am the mirror. I am the mirror, and this is what you're doing. But you can't see it. I'm behaving like Bill. I'm behaving like Five Leaf. I'm behaving like that because I'm trying to stress things, which is what they're doing in the chat. And they're saying, oh, I am. And I'm trying to do the same because I think it's the only way that they will understand it. Because if I stay mellow, they're going to notice. I'm not talking about my crazy stuff, Bill. There is no crazy. I'm talking about what Forrest Fenn said. So you're saying Forrest Fenn is crazy and he talks crazy stuff. Okay. The world hasn't heard the last of Forrest Fenn. Exactly. I'm also saying the world hasn't heard the last of whoever could keep the secret. You are either in or out when the solver takes a giant dump on the bullshitters. Okay. Okay, Five. Okay. If Forrest has left instructions about the chase, or if Forrest is still with us, and I hope he is still with us, remember there's a revocable trust or an irrevocable trust. Which one deems that the person is still living, and which one deems that the person has passed? Think about that, Five. And think about if Forrest is still with us, even if he isn't. If he is still with us and he reads that, he is laughing his balls off. I've just told you what he said. You can find it on Reddit or Mysterious Writings or whatever. You don't have to believe it. I've told you you don't have to believe it. But you should know it. We need to send you check, Mr. Mary. Yeah, send it for as much as you like. I don't mind. Just PayPal me. It'll be okay. Thanks, Chase Inc. If it's more than, a million, just send me in bits. Don't send me anything until, I don't want the spot damage. So this has to, conclude professionally. I appreciate your, what's the word? I don't know what the word is. Confidence. You have to move with confidence. Wow, Scott. I do not get. If that's Mario's expression of anger, then he has a great deal of strength. Well, trust me, if I get angry, you'll know I get angry. But like I say, there's no need to get angry. This is not about us. The leftovers of history, the asterisk in a book that wasn't written, when my awareness first took its first steps, sit in my juniper fire, wondering if I can make it happen. This is about Forrest. If you read the Through the Chase book and you don't see on that page, this is not about you, there is something wrong with your train of thought. If Forrest wanted somebody to find a treasure chest, in the Rocky Mountains, put it at the side of the road, tell everybody it's on Highway I-80, and they go and get it. But he didn't say that. He said, can I make it happen? Can I make it happen the way it's supposed to be? Can I make it happen? That is not putting a chest out there for people to find. No, no, no. Can I make it happen? He's trying to make something happen. It's not you finding a chest. It's not. The who and the where is up to the solver. Why do you have to say the who? You don't have to say the who, Five Leaf. If you stood up and said you were the solver, what do you have to say? I'm the solver, this is where I found it. We know the who. So the who and the where. That's significant, Douglas said. The who and the where. The who, DNA in the chest of this crazy fool that did this thing. The who and the where is not up to somebody with a cipher solve. It's up to somebody who knows the who without DNA, the who and the where. But you don't listen. You don't listen. Something significant was said, something you never heard of before, something significant in that chair. The who, it's up to the finder, the who is. What? The who is up to the finder. Is the who the secret? Is the who the secret? Is the solver going to say the who and the where? But you're not listening. Hey, Kiwi. A little bit angry then. I really do not know what you're thinking about. Happens all the time. Yes, that's Ben's song. It's like people don't listen. Who are you? Can you guess my name? Can you guess my name? Because if not for my name, I would have nothing. Can you guess my name? The who and the where is up to the solver. The who. Does the solver say who the who is? Does he say where it was found? Or she, whoever the solver is. I've just said, I'm not in this for subscribers, Bill. I'm not in this for subscribers. I'm not in this for, I've got 8 likes, and I appreciate those likes. But if I had 47 people and 47 likes, that doesn't make anything that I'm saying correct. Just means people agree with me. And that's fine if they agree or they don't agree. I don't do this to be liked. It's not about being liked and getting good, subscribers. I appreciate all the people that are in here. I appreciate the people that I'm talking to. Absolutely. But I'm not trying to be better than anyone else. I'm not trying to get loads of subscribers. I'm not trying to get loads of likes. I'm trying to be as honest as I can about the information that I'm putting out. Because I think that's only fair. But I'm trying to do it in a way that doesn't affect the chase or what Forrest Fenn is trying to do. Because I don't think that this chase should be about people saying that mine's bigger than yours all the time and upsetting other people. I don't believe it should be about blocking people. I don't believe it should be about all the rubbish that's going on. Because that's not the thrill of the chase to me. And there are people in the chase who don't appreciate it. So discuss the chase, yeah, but to keep going on that you're the solver ain't going to make no difference. You could convince 80,000 people you are the solver. When something ends a chase, we'll know. And those 80,000 people, the same as you, will be proven incorrect. Or correct, whichever way. Whichever way, it doesn't matter. Hey, Sophia, I've got 5 total. Woohoo. Is your book available in my country yet? Or on eBay or Amazon or whatever? Mario, honesty is undervalued. Well, I've tried to be honest in everything that I've said and done. I'm not trying to lead anybody astray. I'm not trying to... I've tried to tell people the answers. But I've tried to do it in such a way that if they chose to, they could find the same answers I have. But only if they chose to. And hopefully it'll be after, Forrest makes happen what he's trying to make happen. This chase got effed up somehow. Effed up. It was always effed. It was by Forrest. You're quite welcome, Gene. I don't know what that was for. It's on Amazon, is it? I'll have a look. Legacy of the Gold. Now ask yourself why Forrest made that statement. Stop arguing. All the areas on the map into the volcano near that location. Yeah, them giant kettles that Forrest talked about. Or a caldera, maybe. Mario's trying to cover his... I've only told you 3 things. How am I trying to cover my bases? I've only told you 3 things. And they're the same thing. The Homer Brown. You talk rubbish. I don't know what's going on in your head, Bill. It's not what I'm saying. I don't know what the comment was, but I don't want to claim anything. You lot are not listening to a single word. You're not listening to a single word. This is not about me trying to claim anything. This is about me stating, Forrest told you the answers. Forrest told you the answers. When he makes this happen, whoever the solver is, they'll get what they deserve. That's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling you. Forrest gave you the answers. I've just given you 3 answers that he gave you to help you understand, because you're looking for a chest, where that chest might be. That's all I've done today. Try to tell you that Forrest said, if a rule becomes more important, then move it up the list. Well, Homer Brown is really important because you can go right straight to it with one clue. With one clue, if you know that one clue, you can go right straight to, not my thoughts, not anything I've tried to work out, just a statement of fact from Forrest Fenn. And then he backed it up with other statements. And I've given you those statements. And I've explained to you what I think those statements could mean. You'd have to believe it. You don't have to believe it. It doesn't matter, because this will still happen. The chase will still end with something. And Forrest, because he knew in 2020 somebody gave him the right answers, will make sure that the person gets what they deserve. If it's you, 5-leaf, you'll get it. If it's you, Bill, you'll get it. If it's Street, he'll get it. If it's Dave Man from the East, he'll get it. If it's Barbara, she'll get it. If it's Treasure Poem, Will Aware, Steve GTA, Dave, not Dave, this Dave, but David, that gave me the book and that, and somebody gave me £100 in PayPal. Those people, I will remember forever. And if it's them, They'll get what they deserve. If it's colitis, he'll get what he deserves. Because all of you think that you've solved it. One of you probably did. But not all of you. Not all of you. That's one thing that I can say 100%. That's one thing that I can say 100%. Not all of you have the correct solve. Forrest knows who has. And Forrest will make sure they get title to the gold. And it doesn't matter if 50,000 people agree with me. If it's not me, I won't get it. It's as simple as that. And if it's not you, you won't get it. It's as simple as that. But I tell you now, if you've got 109 rules, and rules are souls, who knows? There could have been 109 souls. You don't understand my information. Forrest made 3 statements about the Homer Brown. On, you can find it on Reddit or Mysterious Writings or whatever. And those were, if I told you the Homer Brown, you go right straight to it, which you must know. He said, if I told you the Homer Brown, why are you worried about the blaze? Which you must know as a statement that he made. And he said, if you know the Homer Brown, why are you worried about the blaze? If you know the Homer Brown, why are you worried about warm water's halt? And if I told you the Homer Brown, you go right straight to it. So that's telling you it's at the Homer Brown. Those 3 statements are telling you it's at the Homer Brown. Now he said it has 109 rules, and if those rules get better, he moves them up. And rules, the synonym is clue. So if you have rules in the poem that are clues, that Homer Brown just became number 1. Because if he told you it, you go right straight to the chest. So rule 1 must be the Homer Brown. Must be. So it goes up. Now, begin it where warm waters halt is either 1 or 2. So the statement will read, begin it, the Homer Brown, where warm waters halt. They're the first 2 clues, potentially, because go straight to it if I told you the Homer Brown. You would go straight to it if I told you the Homer Brown. You don't need to worry about warm waters halt, and you don't need to worry about the blaze. But the blaze is where the chest is. Well, the chest is at the Homer Brown. So then you move the blaze up to the Homer Brown, which is your first clue. Because if you've been wise and found the blaze, look quickly down. Well, if the chest is at the Homer Brown and you're looking for the blaze where the chest is, it has to be at the Homer Brown. So now you have begin at the Homer Brown, where warm waters halt, and see the blaze if you look quickly down, which is just heavy loads of water. That's what you've got. And then you arrive back where you started and know the place for the first time because they're all in the same place. You haven't gone anywhere. That's why they went past the first 2 clues and walked right by the chest. You're not supposed to go anywhere. You're not supposed to move from that spot. It's all the same spot. It's all the same spot. It's not difficult. It really is not difficult when you put those 3 statements together and use them as rules that Forrest said, if a rule becomes better, I move it up. So now the Homer Brown is not 4 or 5 or 3 in the poem, it's 1. And warm waters is 2. And if you move from that spot, first 2 clues, you're going away from the chest. You're going up, it's fact. I'm not bullshitting, it's fact. Using Forrest's words, not mine, not my interpretation, not my, imagination. Those words that he used, that's what it is. That's what it is. That's all it can be. If you're going straight to it at the Homer Brown, where the frig do you start? You start at the Homer Brown. You start at the Homer Brown. You need to know warm waters, but you start at Homer Brown because Forrest told you that. If I told you the Homer Brown, you go right straight to it. So it's got to be clue 1. Forrest even told you they didn't know where they were. They solved the clues in the wrong order. Those sort of statements. Contiguous, chronological. Please touch. But nobody wants to listen. So you might not understand it, but I can't make any simpler than that. Yes, it fits on a post-it note. Yes, it does. Absolutely does. If you read the book upside down, stand on your head, page 69. Well, you see, Paul, that's a silly statement, because if you were reading the book upside down, you wouldn't need your legs to stand on your head. You can hardly be standing if you're on your head. English is a strange language, isn't it? You normally stand on your feet, but if you're standing on your head. First clues begin at where warm waters halt. Forrest Fenn fact. Yes, it can be. But that's where the Homer Brown is. You're not listening, are you? It's all the same thing. It's all the same thing, Bill. It's one place. One place. All the information is talking about one place. That's why it's so simple. That's why you're going to think, why didn't I think of that? If you can go straight to the treasure chest by knowing the Homer Brown, how can it be clue 2, clue 3, clue 4, or clue 5? How is that possible? It's not. If you're going to go straight to the chest at the Homer Brown, has to be the first place you go to. Now, if the Homer Brown is warm waters, then that's the place you go to. That's the place you go to. And if the blaze has to be at the Homer Brown, because that's where you go to get the chest, which is what Forrest said, then that's where you go to. So everything else is talking about the same spot. That's how simple it is. Now, you can choose to wander off and do all these long treks, but Forrest said, if you're walking more than a mile or whatever it was, you're going too far. And yet Greg's talking about walking whatever. And he's talking about going to a place that you can't go to in any weather. And he's talking about a dangerous place. And everything that Forrest said about those things, just ignoring. I'm training a dog to sniff out warm water. It should be ready by Buffalo Bill. Oh, wow. Thanks, Hank. I'm sure you enjoy the story. Well, it's 14-year-old simplicity. It came out in 2010. You will not find it where it is hidden. Yeah, but so what I try to do so far is there are 2 different things that you're looking for, and they have different statements related to them. Remember, there's a big picture to all of this. Drive to the first clue. Get in your car and drive to the first clue. There has to be a car park there, doesn't there? Has to be a car park. They could be touched, but not all 9 clues are in the same spot. They are sequential and consecutive. 1 foot, 2 foot, 3 foot, and so on. The name encompasses all of it. Put it that way. I have a few books from various sources in my collection. Ooh. Hush. I will also permission to ban you. Screw. Hush is in there, is he? She, whatever. My solution is on the pocket. Listen, today, if anybody wants to quiet anyone, they're quite welcome, because, you know, I'm at the point now where asking people to be civil and expecting them to be civil, I'm past that. If they can't be civil, I shouldn't have to ask them to be civil. If you can't be civil in this chat, then I have enough mods to block you. Now, I don't like blocking anybody. I don't like banning anybody. I don't like having anybody timed out. But if people that I have as mods wish to do that, then I don't mind anymore. So, talk about stuff at your own peril, because there is no need to keep upsetting people. There is none. And I said the other day, whoever the solver is, they've had 3 or 4 years to find out what sort of people are in the chase. You better hope I'm not the solver. You better hope I'm not the solver. A equals 1, B equals 2, etc. A equals 1, B equals 2, absolutely. But, there's Roman numerals. Where I'm losing interest with all the negative drama. Yeah, I don't see any need for it. This is not about all these prima donnas in the chase. I think the solve's about them. I don't get it. You've only got to read one page to know it's about Forrest and him trying to affect the future and make something happen and find a way for everyone to win and all of those things. But they keep harping on that they solve the poem and they have the correct solve and they haven't got what they deserve and blah, blah, blah. And everybody else is stupid. I can get that. I don't think you people are stupid because you don't agree with me. I don't think you're stupid because you don't agree with me. I think you have a better intellect. I think you might have more credible souls in the sense that they took more to find. Doesn't make me incorrect, and it doesn't make you correct. But I don't think anybody's stupid. You're doing the best you can with the abilities that you've got, and if they're right and correct, Forrest will reward you. And if they're wrong and incorrect, then you might not get nothing. That's it. That's life as it is. Calm down, people. Keys, if you knew you were playing a game, would you still act with civility and integrity, or would you explore those lines? So, if this is a game, and you could win the game, you could win the game, but nobody's going to be happy. No one's going to be happy. If you win the game, no one's going to be happy. Not the people playing, not the supporters, not the sponsors. No one's going to be happy. Would you still win the game? Some of you would. Some of you are selfish enough to win the game and stuff everyone else. Well, there's one person, probably 2 people here that don't want to win the game. Because it's not about us. It's not about us. And that's the difference. I have to get up at 4 a.m. being sure. And thanks, Sophia. I'll have a look on Amazon for the Legacy of Gold. So I say you'd probably kill that search and trust me. Tigger, it is typically nice to see you in chat. Don't trip the breaker straight to murder accusation. If someone can do that. After being referenced. Do you have anyone? Use queens. This is the game. Well, if there are games, then I like to think outside the box and with the proper guidance try to live life worth dying for. We are echoes of time. Oh, very profound, Mr. Kiwi. What if it is to lose the ego? Why I must go to become nobody, and nobody doesn't even have an identity, let alone the world. Well, I said a while ago that when you watch Dancing with Wolves, the person says, like, why is this person gone? And something like that. And he said, well, that person went because they knew you were coming. So maybe Forrest has to go because someone else is coming. Do it. So is this good? All the messages. Badges. I see no stinking badges. It's not. Nothing is important other than you don't need to know the reason why Forrest did it. So it doesn't matter whether he's going to take it with him. Let's not forget that's what was said. Excuse me, Ralph Lauren. I want to buy your headdress, Forrest. No, don't want to sell it. Well, you can't take it with you. Well, if I can't take it with me, I'm not going. Well, then I thought to do about doing the chase. So it comes from that point. So let's not forget that. But even if that is why Forrest wanted to do it, because he wanted to take it with him, then we got get kids off the sofa, blah, 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 with a problem with obese, hope out of depression. And some of those, it's in the poem if you read it. But the initial thing was, I'm going to take it with me. So what if he did this to take it with him? The chest was a lure. It got found. Then nobody's looking for his treasure because it's been found. So they think. Now he takes it with him. And Douglas said, Forrest, you're going to be the person that takes it with you. Even if Forrest is the person that wants to take it with him, he was finding a way to make everybody win. So it doesn't matter if he takes it with him, if everybody is still going to win. So the reasons don't matter. Why he had to go, I know it's in the poem, and there is an explanation for that part of the poem. All you need to do is read page 15 and understand that there is a deeper, much bigger picture than a chest in the Rocky Mountains. And at that point, you have to have faith in a maverick. You have to believe that there is something good going to come from this. Now, even if you're not the person who inherits whatever the poem offers, even if you're not that person, you can still be better off than you are today because of Major Forrest Burke Fenn. That's what the chase is about. If you don't want to believe that, and if you just want to be rich, and if you just want to be known for the person that solved the Forrest Fenn poem, fine. If you did it, you'll be credited with that. Forrest will still make it happen. Something will still end the chase. This chase will end with no solver. With no solver. If nobody found it, it would still end. And Forrest would still take it with him. He didn't need anybody to find it, and he didn't need to put a chest out there unless he was going to take it with him. But behind all of it, everybody's going to win. Why can't we all just get along? Now, those words hit home when there was still a chest out there and everybody liked Forrest Fenn. Why can't everybody just get along? But when the chest was found and Forrest left us, nobody wants to get along. Fine. There's been 4 years where the solver's been watching and, digesting those people that don't want to get along. I would assume, anyway. He wanted to waltz and I wanted to tango. No solver. That's the only thing you got right. Well, Forrest is a solver. Found a way for everyone to win. Like I say, it doesn't matter about the solver. It absolutely doesn't matter about a solver. This chase ends. You play whether you like it or not. That's what Forrest said. You play whether you like it or not. Nobody listens. Hey, Steve, how you doing? Bad kid. Well, yep. Unfortunately, and I don't know if it's part of the not psychic. I don't know if it's part of Forrest Fenn's chaos. And I'll go back to the same things. that emailed Forrest. I don't know who's who in the chase. You know, it's hard to know who to trust. And Forrest said himself, don't trust anyone. So it's like, well, can I trust Forrest Fenn? Can I trust Forrest Fenn? If he's telling me not to trust anyone, can I trust Forrest Fenn? So it gets difficult then, especially after what you read in the poem. This chase could be about whoever owns the hair. We know Forrest Fenn set this up, so we were told. But that person put hairs in the chest to prove who the crazy fool was that did this. Why was that? Now, there is an answer to that, but only when something ends a chase will we know if that's correct. But there's plenty of information that Forrest Fenn gave that tells you it's 100% correct. Because even his costs were making a profit. He told us that. Oh, Street's twin brother is now in chat. What does that mean? There is a non-cipher cipher for sure. Does it get? So there doesn't need to be a solver to find a cipher. So there doesn't need to be a cipher to find a chest. But it could help you understand the poem more. To find a chest, you don't need a cipher. I'll tell you that now. To find a chest, you do not need a cipher. No way. No way. I'll go so far as to say if you knew Warm Waters Halt, you could find it in 6 words. The first 6 words. Begin it where Warm Waters. Is it 6 words or 7 words? Warm Waters Halt. So if you knew where you were, knew the place for the first time, you could find it in those words. Hi Steve, I tried to say hi to you, but Street has me blocked. Oh, Street on live. Oh, sorry, I didn't know that. I better go. The Street's on live, but I don't want to step on people's toes. Yes, it's technically yes. You had to know the story 5 Leaf. I don't know how simple it can be made. What is the one thing that searchers are missing? So it hasn't been solved in 2019. What is the one thing that searchers are missing for us? It's important to the story, but I'm leaving that for the finder. So anybody who has a solve, anyone who has a solve that doesn't know the story, because that's important, that's the one thing that's missing, the story, that's the one thing that people are missing. The one thing Capro said. What's the one thing that people are missing? That one thing is important to the story. So if you don't have that one thing, which is important to the story, how can you have a solve? Any solve. How can you have a solve if you don't have the one thing that's important to the story? I don't know. Well, he didn't say no ciphers. He said they won't lead you to the treasure, but they are offered as positive solutions. So they will tell you something, because that's what a positive solution does. But he said it wouldn't lead you to the treasure. So it's going to tell you something, and that something may be important. But he said it would not lead you to the treasure. So therefore, you can find out the information that is part of that cipher, part of those head pressures, part of those Bible verses, part of whatever those things he said. And they will tell you something. And they must tell you something, otherwise he wouldn't have made the statement. So you can find all of those things, find out what they say, and then find something that is different to those things, because they won't lead you to the treasure, but the other things will. So you can ignore all those things and concentrate on what he didn't say. Well, anagrams was one of them. Now, in the cipher that I believe he's talking about, you have to explain the fact that he said a butterfly becomes a flutterby, which is an anagram. Or you find it in the poem the way that I'm doing it. It's not written as butterfly. You can see it as flutterby. So what he's saying to you is the words that you need are not necessarily in the right order. And I could be wrong. It doesn't matter if I'm right or wrong. It matters that something ends the chase, and Forrest is acclaimed for the wizard, the magician, the hero. And that's too small a word, hero, for what he's trying to do. And so is wizard, because he's trying to do the job of a world leader in a little poem of 24 lines and 6 stanzas. And that is why he says, can I make it happen? Not because of a treasure hunt. That role that he took on, that he doesn't need to. He doesn't need to take on the role, but he took years out of his life to do this. Street is my stepfather, Kiwi. I have been blocked for years. Oh, I don't know, I didn't see that. His cipher will not lead to the treasure. Says his cipher will lead to something being correct. Cipher will not lead to the treasure. Someone being correct. Well, someone is definitely correct, but not by using that information. They will have an understanding of the information, and it will help them to understand other stuff. Yeah, the problem with the cipher is, a child's not going to do that cipher ever, never. Is never going to do that cipher ever. Might do like the number plates, change a number for a letter, or those sort of things, or a letter for a number, but not the other way around. You sound like... I've just told you the agenda, hush. You don't listen. Why don't people listen? Forrest, in the Thrill of the Chase book, said, can I make it happen? And he told us about his awareness, his first steps. And he told us about going to a place where even memory hasn't been. And he told us about taking the first flight. Well, Forrest is trying to achieve something. And in achieving that, his aim is to make everybody a winner. My aim is to see that he does. But it is also to try and give people the information that they ignore, that Forrest gave the answers, which is, it's at the home of Brown. If I told you the home of Brown, you go right straight to it. If you know the home of Brown, why are you worried about the blaze? If you know the home of Brown, why are you worried about Warm Waters Halt? Forrest told you the answers. Those people that say it's all bullshit and he's pulled it and he's done this and he's done that, he told you the answers. He couldn't be more specific. He couldn't be more obvious. He told you some people have sold the first 2 clues, walk right by the chest. He told you these things. He told you the little girl from India can't get closer than the first 2 clues. He told you if you sold the first 2 clues, it's academic. He told you if you sold the first 2 clues, you're 50% there, metaphorically speaking. He gave you answer after answer to help you solve the poem. Maybe you listened. My agenda is, I'm trying to tell you, Forrest didn't lie to no one. Forrest didn't have the chest pulled. Forrest hasn't taken anything off anybody. And if you wait long enough for the real ending, whoever is the solver will get what they're entitled to. And everybody will be a winner if Forrest makes it happen. That's my agenda. No, I've just been reading the poem for a long time. How can you come across with the start of knowing something? Where did you look? What did you? I looked in the poem. That's what Forrest told you to do. I looked in the poem and it gave all the information you have in the chase, all the videos that you watch, all the information that comes out in those videos is in the poem. Well, most of it. And then you don't have to worry. Because you know, if you see it in the poem, it's going to be in the chase. In the poem, it says Jack is at 9 Mile. It says that in the poem. All of this, it can't be true, can't be true. It tells you 9 Mile is the home of Brown. It tells you, people say there isn't a 9 Mile solve. Absolutely, there's a 9 Mile hole in the poem. But everybody solves in the poem. So it doesn't make it the correct solve, but it makes you understand why there is a 9 Mile solve where Jack is at, and it's the home of Brown. Tells you. So Forrest gave you the answers, which is what he says in the poem. The answers I already know. He gave you the answers. Everybody got their solves, which were the answers that he already knew, and Forrest was happy with that because he made that happen. That was part of his making it happen, to give you the answers and get those results back. Get Five Leaf telling them about the cipher solve. Get Bill telling him about the bullet solve. Get Street telling him about the lost in thought solve. Getting Fendi telling him about the arm water solve. These answers were given by Forrest, and you gave them back to him, and that was part of making it happen. But in all of that, he was doing something bigger, the big picture. You sound like a door-to-door salesman, but your hands are empty, Mario. And it's not about me anyway, so it doesn't matter. But thanks for that. I don't know if that's good or bad, but thanks. Doesn't have to make sense, does it? None of the chase made sense. It went to voicemail. It definitely is a 9 Mile hole. You will never come out. Yeah, that's another reason why it's called 9 Mile. I think I've already stated that. There's a I don't know. I hope you do come out because that was part of the poem. Justice's filing system is still in lockdowns. I think his real name is Fred Flintstone. We here on the majority don't believe psychic self. Doesn't mean you're totally wrong. The thing is, when you have over, I don't know, well, it's hundreds anyway. When you have hundreds of psychic solutions in there, it tends to get more credible each time you see it. Especially one of them, especially when two of them, especially when two of them are lottery numbers, and one of them are the lottery numbers, the fact that the lottery will be delayed, and the host that tells you the lottery will be delayed, and the fact that it should have been 1.9 million, but it was 1.9 billion, but it was 2.4 billion predicted in the poem before it happened and told to you before it happened. And I asked people to get me a lottery ticket before it happened. Nobody did, but now those sort of things, not coincidence. Not coincidence. I've heard the bill solve about 50,000 times. If only he was using a cipher Jew, or even a clue for that matter. Yeah. Okay. Do it. Do it 5. Keep saying the same things, and then when the answers are given, if it's you, jump up and down and say I told you so. If it's not you, you'll disappear and we'll never see it. Do is what drew me to know my hole. Jason? Where's Jason? Hi, Jason. Didn't know you were here. Maybe 50,000 more will help. 50,000 more what? Use the mod, she's allowed. I've RSV, it's in my lungs. RSV? I don't know what that is. Well, I hope it's curable, and I hope you not worrying about your 5 businesses and sorting yourself out, Lily. It's a now they're going to push the soul and make someone claim it. No solve is going to be pushed. There's going to be an end to the chase, because something's going to end the chase, and you're going to know what the answers are. The solve will take care of itself. The poem will take care of itself. There's nothing anyone can do. Can we have a conversation on quantum philosophy? No. Well, we can, but I won't understand it, so. Oh, right. Okay. Ben's pushing this off. Well, the solve he was talking about on the streets, the blaze that he was talking about, it's the wrong blaze, in my opinion. The blaze is under that line. Looks like one of those fire emojis where there's the ground and the trees, and it sort of goes, like a fire does. So the bit at the bottom is the big bit, and then the flames are how the trees intersperse. So that looks more like a blaze than the blaze he was talking about. So, it's another solve that that I saw in the poem. Like I say, did the uncompiled grey, so did Erskine, whatever his name is. I don't know what his blaze was, but my blaze was the actual flames that it looks like underneath. And I did the uncompiled grey because the place there twinned with a place in Germany, and because of the Icebox Canyon further down, where he says there's only one way in. But again, Forrest told us, if I told you the home of Brown, you go right straight to it. You don't need to worry about anything else. That statement is the statement. You don't need anything else. If I told you the home of Brown, you go right straight to it. So that makes it the first place you go. And if you know that, you know Warm Waters, you know the Blaze, and you know everything else. He couldn't have made it any more simple. Nobody wants to listen. They just want to claim their brilliance over Forrest. What they don't realise is it's supposed to be helping Forrest, not fighting him. You ain't going to beat Forrest, man. You're not going to beat him. It doesn't matter if you've got a cipher solve, doesn't matter if you've got a Moses solve, doesn't matter if you've got a higher hand solve, doesn't matter if you're lost in thought, it doesn't matter if you've got Superman on your side. You're not going to beat Forrest Fenn. It's not going to happen. He knew the answers you were going to give. He knew them. He probably laughed his sack off when you gave them. About time. I gave him these answers ages ago, and he's only just come in and told me what they are. Flipping heck. I've only waited 10 years. Or however, whenever you solved it, 6 years or whatever. So for the first few years, nobody's probably given him any answers. And he's thinking, God, I'll give all these answers out and nobody's, returning them to me. And like I say, rule is solve. So there could have been 109 answers that he was expecting. And rule is clue. And rule is hint. And rule is a lot of things. Throne, king, chair, school, blaze, key. Is there a key word in the poem, Forrest? Is there a key word? Yes. Is it in the poem? Yes. But you need all of them. One of them won't take you there. So is there a key word in the poem? 5. Is there a key word? 1 key word. But you need all of them. One of them won't take you there. Oh, I forgot. The cipher doesn't take you there. So there's a key word, but you need all of them. One of them won't take you there. It's risky to ignore any of the words in the poem. You don't need all of them, but it's risky to ignore any. How many words in the cipher that you don't use that are in the poem? The way I do them, it's risky to ignore any of the words. Because they start at the top, finish at the bottom, and each time you turn the page, a different word is used. So I try to use everything that Forrest told us to do. Especially 1 foot on the other, continuous chronological, please touch, shift, drift and adjust, sure for the one that did, over and over, blah, blah, blah. Statements out of the book, especially if you don't read anything. Read my war for me. I can't remember how the quote goes. It's in the poem. Oh, then read my war. In the poem, written in the poem, along with, because that was a statement, you had to read my war for me. That's what you had to read. Along with a statement about Totem Cafe. So why did he talk about Totem Cafe in the poem, along with read my war for me? Now, the statement that he made is in the poem. And the reason he makes the same statements over and over again, precise statements with precise words, those words don't change in the poem. They have to be the exact same words, precise words. You had to know precisely what Forrest was saying. They couldn't change because those words won't change. And if Forrest says the wrong words, it won't work. What if Forrest said the word yes? But that word yes doesn't make sense with the statement he made because it's not in the poem. But you can't make that word in the poem with that statement. What if you couldn't see animals, trees, smells, blah, 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 opinion? What if you couldn't get that word in the poem? What if it doesn't make sense? If he makes the wrong statement and you can't find it in the poem because he said the wrong word. So Forrest was careful about what he said because there's only one way of reading the poem. He can't change it now. He wrote it already. So it has to be word for word. Has to be precise. Has to be to the letter. Has to be because his mother was waiting, looking out the window for the postman to deliver those letters. Has to look like a ball of string because that's what he did. And then that ball of string was gone. So information. People say, "Oh, Forrest never said this. Forrest never said that. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing that?" Because that's the information he gave us. That's exactly the information he gave us. Sorry, precisely the information he gave us. Uncharted was great. Yeah, I loved it. Efter Cyber's from Garble. This is called a sort of. Yeah, but finding information does not mean it's the solve. I've just told you, but you don't listen. You can find information in that poem. It's information that Forrest gave you. You can find information. You think I only have one way of giving information. I've told you all about the synonyms that I do. I've told you about doing it that way. I've told you about doing 2 lines at a time, 3 lines at a time, 4 lines at a time. I've told you about playing chess. I've told you about playing canasta. I've told you about playing Scrabble. I've told you about playing catch with Forrest in there. I'll give you lots of. I've told you about the sliding. I'll give you lots of different solves. You only focus. You only focus on the one that has the information. They all have information, but that's the best information. Real information. You see, what you forget is I've probably done about 30 different ways of reading the poem. You forget, and I've showed you in my videos the different ways that I've done it. But you only concentrate on this way. The fact that I have a solve, and then we have a solve on what is the answer, doesn't mean to say it's how I've presented information to you. I've told you the information that I've got. Told you I wouldn't tell you the solve. In the very beginning, that's what I said. And yet, because I'm not heartless, and because it's hard to know who's who in the zoo, I don't know if there's real solvers out there who want real closure. So I've spoken to you and told you the solve. I've told you the solve. I have told you the solve over and over, or what I think the solve is. And I give you the information on how I got there. I haven't told you the solve straight out because it's not finished. And Forrest said, shut up, don't say. Don't. I won't even tell my mother. Now, I know the information I've given will only be understood by anybody who knows the solve. And I know that even if somebody tried to work on it, it would take a long time before they found the answers that I was talking about. Well, I would hope so anyway, if I'm correct. But this should end way before somebody picks up on it. But at least I have put that information out there for people to decipher, because that's what Forrest said. Guess what is a synonym for rule? Decipher. Decipher the clues in my poem could translate to decipher the rules in my poem, or it could translate to rule the clues in my poem. If you rule the clues, if you make those clues rules, then when you find out the home of the brown is the first one, if you find it is the first rule because you go right straight to it, now you can move that up to warm waters because you can go right straight to it. And if you're going to begin at warm waters, then the home of brown has to be at warm waters. But if the chest is where the blaze is, and you go to the home of the brown for the chest, then the blaze has to be at the home of brown. Has to be. So now you have the blaze, the home of brown, and warm waters in the same spot. Because those clues that are rules, you moved up as Forrest said you should. If I have a rule that is better, I move it to the top. If a rule is a clue, then you move that rule to the top. And if a rule is decipher, then you decipher the clue, the rule. That is what you do. So you have answers that Forrest gives you in all of the statements that he makes. You just have to understand Fenn speak. You have to know that a rule is a school. You have to know that a rule is a throne. You have to know that a rule is a king. You have to know that the rule is a chair. You have to know the rule is the blaze. You have to know the rule is a key. You have to know the rule is keep. You have to know the rule is end. You have to know the rule is... And it goes on. But I tell you what, there are a lot of synonyms for the word rule. Forrest had 109 rules. One of those words is solve. Did Forrest have 109 solves? Did you all get to pick one of those solves and tell Forrest the answers that he already knew? Possibly. Possibly. Now I could be wrong. I don't care if I'm wrong. I don't care if I'm wrong. If I cared about being the solver, I would have told Forrest 4 years ago, and I would have told you 4 years ago what the answers were. If I cared about being the solver, if that's what this was about, if that's all I was doing. But this is not about me, and it's not about you. It's about Forrest. So I don't care if I'm the solver. I don't care if I'm the solver. I do care if Forrest makes it happen. Because I was told by Forrest about finding a way for everybody to win. And I was asked by Forrest, why can't we all get along? Why can't we all get along? That's why I say and do what I do. Don't have to believe it. I don't care. It's not about me. It's about Forrest. Believe in Forrest. And I know that when it happens, you'll wish you had. There's a blind... Oh, what was that? Tigger, I proved what he said, and he never said a blind man can't solve the poem, don't he? Poem. He said, Troy, even he couldn't find it if he was blind. Even he could not find it if he was blind. Even he could not find it if he was blind. He knows where it was. He can go right straight to it, but he can't find it if he's blind. Those are Forrest words. I'm not making them up. Now, I've told you earlier on, Scrapbook 200, email 20. Read it for yourself. And I'm not trying to belittle your solve, and I'm not trying to discredit you. I'm trying to tell you, I use what Forrest said, not what I think. I use what Forrest said. And then I make a decision on that information. On that information. His information is, even if he was blind, even if Forrest was blind himself, even if he was blind, he could not find it. So what does that say about a blind person? If Forrest can't find it himself, even though he put it there, even though he could go right straight to it, but he could not find himself who was blind. But those are his words, not mine. I'm not trying to fall out with you. I'm not trying to prove you wrong. I'm trying to prove Forrest correct. He didn't lie. He gave everybody the information they needed, and they chose to ignore it. I don't need to I've just told you the proof. Scrapbook 200, go look. Email 20, go look. K-Pro did a show about it. Go look. I'm not trying to prove you wrong. I'm telling the information that Forrest said that I believe is factual information. And I've told you where it is. Go look. Not trying to prove you wrong. I'm trying to say, here's information you should know, and it's factual. Email 20, Scrapbook 200. K-Pro did a show or 2 shows on that information. It's not about me trying to be better than you. It's not about me trying to prove you wrong. It's not about me trying to be correct. It's about I use the information that Forrest gives me, gave all of us, but you don't. You pick and choose your information, and then you tell everybody they're wrong, even though you don't know the information. If you know the information, why are you saying that I'm lying? You know where the proof is. Scrapbook 200, email 20. I'm not showing you nothing that you can't find just by clicking your computer now. You don't want to see it. Not me show you it. Is it hard to prove? Go look at K-Pro's video. Type in K-Pro, Scrapbook 200, email 20. There's your proof. Read what it says. Even if I was blind, I could not find it. They're my Forrest words, not mine. Now, those words, a blind man can't find it, aren't there? But if Forrest is saying he can't find it if he's blind, what hope's anybody else got? I don't get it. It's not about us anyway. But you shout and scream that people are doing you wrong, and shout and scream that people are lying, and shout and scream that they haven't got any proof. I don't need to prove anything. I'm not trying to prove you wrong. You have the ability to look at it and see it for yourself. I'm not trying to prove you wrong. If I had the ability to show you, guess what? I would show you. I haven't got the ability to show you. So I'm telling you where it is, which will take you 2 seconds to find, and you can look at it for yourself. I'm not trying to belittle you, but you're making it something more than it is. Go find it. If it upsets you, it upsets you. You're the one that's trying to do it, not me. You're making me say these things because you're accusing people of doing what they're not doing. And because you're saying people are incorrect, and your solve is. But I'm sorry, the information that Forrest gives says no. It's at the home of Brown. It is at the home of Brown. If you don't want to listen to that, I don't know what else I can say. I don't know what else I can say. But when Forrest tells you, if I told you the home of Brown, you go right straight to it, believe him. Factor it into your solve and see if it still works. Then if he says, if I told you if you know the home of Brown, why are you worried about warm waters holes? Factor it into your solve, see if it still works. Then, if Forrest says, if you know the home of Brown, why are you worried about the blaze? Factor it into your solve, see if it still works. That's what I did. I'm not trying to upset people. I'm trying to tell them that Forrest is not a liar, and you, people, don't listen. You don't listen to the information he gives you. That's not my fault. That's not me trying to prove you wrong. That's trying to say, listen to what Forrest said, because that's what he asked in the poem, and he said he would hint at stuff. But you don't want to hear it. You just want, I have Scrapbook 200 right here, Marion. Now you get it. I can't. You're not listening. You just proved to me right now, you just proved to me that you're an angry person who didn't get his chest. I just told you, I cannot show you. Now I am getting angry. I cannot show you. I don't have the facility to show you. Look at email 20. Look at email 20. Go to, this is what I've told you, K-Pro's video, scrapbook 200, email 20. All there is on that, in that video is email 20. That's where the information is that I'm telling you. If I could do it, Troy, I would do it. I can't do it. I don't have the facility to share screen. I don't have it. You know that because I've told you before. But you don't listen. Email 20, Troy. Email 20, Forrest gets mail. There is scrapbook 200. There is email 20. The information I've just given you is on email 20. Did you understand that? Is that American enough for you? Email 20. The information I've given you is on email 20. There are two instances. He talks about blind. One of them is email 20. Read it. I don't get it. I don't get how you can be so clever and so stupid and so deaf at the same time. You are crazy. Calm down. Listen. Absorb what I'm telling you. I cannot show you live. I don't have the facility to show you live. I've told you where it is. It's a 2-second type in K-Pro scrapbook 200. That's why I've said scrapbook 200, email 20. Type it into your browser, see it come up, go forward to where she shows you the email 20 and hear what they have to say about it and read what it says on there. I'm not trying to belittle you, but you are not listening. And I do not appreciate you calling me a liar. And I do not appreciate you not listening when I'm trying to help you. Not trying to make you look stupid. I'm trying to help you. But you are not listening, which is pretty much everything said about you with the chase information that you have. I may be a nut, but at least I hear what people say. Type it in. I'm not trying to make you look stupid, but you're not listening. Type in K-Pro, scrapbook 200, email 20. Your information is there for you. You don't believe me, that's fine. I'll give you the information you need to find out that what I'm saying is true. Ugh. We got somebody else. Look, I don't know how to get to Dell's site. I don't know how to get to Forrest Gets Mail. But what I've told you, Granite and Troy, go to K-Pro's video that starts scrapbook 200, email 20. Look for the email 20. The reason you're getting the word scrapbook 200 is because that's what the fucking video is called. I'm not asking to look at scrapbook 200. I'm asking you to read email 20. Is that simple enough for you? Any of you? Can somebody translate my English for them? Email 20. It's in the video. Scrapbook 200, email 20. Fuck's sake. You won't make a fool out of me. You won't. Forrest will make it happen. It's not about my solve. It's not about your solve. You won't make a fool out of me. I haven't done anything wrong. You've made me angry because you're not listening. I've given you information to prove to you, because you don't believe me, the information I'm giving you is truthful information. Because you can't hear or don't understand English, you go off on one because it doesn't help your solve. Not my fault. Not my fault. And I'm not the villain. Listen to what I'm saying. Scrapbook 200, email 20 is a video that Kpro did with Calazars. Is it Rudy Green? Someone else, I don't know. Go look at that video. Fuck's sake. And say, can you see by the yeah, when that plays, oh fuck. Oh, have you seen it now? Oh, you found it now. Well done, you two. I'm glad you understand English. I haven't said anything wrong or anything untrue. Forrest said, even if I was blind, I couldn't find it. Ah, there you go. Thank you. I am wrong. Granite is saying I'm right. If I were blind, even I couldn't go to that spot. Sorry. Thanks for listening to my book. F. Just above what you've wrote. I'm wrong, and Granite is saying I'm right. You're a dick. You're a dick, Troy. It's in chat. Not only do you not listen, you don't read. It's in chat. Granite's just give you proof. It's in chat. Right above what you wrote. And I'm a dumbass. Fuck off. I don't need to listen to you, Troy. You have nothing that I need to know. Everything I need is from Forrest. But thanks for coming in. I tell you the truth. You wind me up because you don't listen, and you try and make me out to be the villain. You're a sad man. Like I said, yeah, a bit tonight. Like I said, this is about Forrest. And the solver, whoever that is, has had 4 years to see what people are like in the chase. You better pray that it's not me. You better pray that it's not me, Troy. Thanks, Kiwi. See you later. Hey, Woody. Yeah, it takes quite a bit to wind me up, but, 5 attempts at telling somebody to just go look at a video because I haven't got the ability to share, which they already know. Because if I did, I would share. I haven't got that ability. I can't put anybody on my show because I haven't got that ability. And the person saying, show me, show me, show me. I can't. I've told you where it is. Tap it in. Get a life. Yeah, I've just said the same. He's got nothing. He's got nothing I need to know. Why you can't be so arrogant? Don't retract your messages, Troy. I don't mind what you say. I just mind you being ignorant to the information I'm giving you. You're winding me up because I'm telling you I can't share information with you. I'm telling you where you can get the information, and you're calling me a liar and telling me to show you it. A, I'm not a liar, and B, I can't show you it. So to keep repeating those things shows you are not listening to me. It shows you're not listening to me. That gets very, very, very annoying very quickly. Now, Granite has just showed you that what I've said is 100% true. What I've said is 100% true. How you interpret it is up to you. Read the information that Granite put in chat for you. and it'll tell you that what I said was true. And it'll tell you where I said it is true. The reason I told you Scrapbook 200 is because it's in the video that starts Scrapbook 200. And the second part is email 20. Now, I can't find that information. I don't have Ben's big setup or Cow's big setup. I have a computer that's fucked. But my head is not fucked. My brain is not fucked. Apart from when you ask me to do something that I can't do and tell me that I'm a liar. Sorry about that, people. I said that if Forrest can't find it, what chance has the rest of us got? If Forrest was blind, he said he could not go to the spot. I didn't say he said he couldn't solve the poem. But if he can't go to the spot, what's the point? No, I didn't say about the poem. But they don't listen, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That's the whole point of this. I'm trying to tell them what Forrest said. Even if none of this about being blind or Forrest Fine has got anything to do with anything, just put those three statements against your solve, Troy. If I told you the Homer Brown, you go right straight to it. It's a Forrest Fence statement and it's fact. And you should know it if you've been in the chase long enough. You've been here since 2013 or whatever, so you should know it more than anyone. You should also know, if you know the Homer Brown, why are you worried about Warm Waters Halt? Two statements about the Homer Brown that says that it's more important than Warm Waters Halt. Then another statement. If you know the Homer Brown, why are you worried about the blaze? Those three statements, I don't care how stupid you are, you should understand, Forrest is trying to tell you the home of Brown. If you can go right to it, if you can go right straight to the home of Brown, guess where your first point of call is? The home of Brown. It's the home of Brown. You can go right straight to the chest, not the treasure, the chest, at the home of Brown. That's what Forrest said. That is not difficult to understand. You can go right straight to it if I told you the home of Brown. If the blaze is supposed to be where the chest is, then the blaze is at the home of Brown. And if the home of Brown is where the chest is, and you can go right straight to it, then it has to be at Warm Waters Halt. Because you can go right straight to it. And if you begin at Warm Waters Halt, the home of Brown is at Warm Waters Halt. So if your solve takes you down to those nice places at the campground, and they are nice places, and they do have sage, because I've done the solve, then it can't be that one. Because Forrest said you can go right straight to it if you know the home of Brown. That is simple, very simple to understand. But if you don't understand it, watch this video 100 times, just like I had to tell you to watch K-Pros. Golden key. Yeah, I mean, people don't want to listen, that's up to them, but don't call me a liar and don't, try and make me do stuff that I can't do, because it just annoys me. And they know that I can't share stuff. Otherwise, I would have them on a panel and I would have it shared. But I can't do that. So don't shout in my chat, show me, show me, show me. Don't do that. Don't do that. Because it doesn't matter how loud you shout, I heard you the first time and the answer's still the same. I can't show you. Then you make me out to be stupid and make me out to be the villain. Get out of here. Oh. Bellow the home. Moo. Can we get away from the arguments? Man, I tell you, believe me. I could say, no, I don't believe it. Sorry. I believe in it, but I don't believe it. You don't say stuff you can't source, man. I like to put a lot of sauce on my stuff that I say. It just annoys me that, he's shouting at me to do something that I can't do. Even though he's probably, one of the most likely people to be able to get that information, really quickly. And to shout at me to show him it when he knows I can't show him it because I haven't got the facility to show him it. And to call me a liar. It's like, I've told you what it says. I've told you where to get the information. I've explained that Scrapbook 200 is the title of the video, not where he should be looking. What more do you want me to do? And he's still saying, show me. You're a liar. Well, I'm not a liar. Home for Brown is the gravity. Saying Gigi is Troy is a compliment. Good. Well, yeah, don't talk about Gigi too much. Brown dwarf. Gigi is not Troy. No, I never said Gigi was Troy. They were both in chat at the same time. And I said Gigi put in chat what Troy wanted to know. No, I never said Gigi was Troy. I don't know if somebody else is saying that, but Mickey, Masonic Man. Hello, Mickey. Yeah, I can't deny that it exists because it exists. And I can't deny that it has information because it has information. But I can't deny Troy solve. I can't deny Street solve. I can't deny Dave from the Man from the East solve. I can't deny any solve because they all work. They all work. Now, all you people, trusted, everybody, they all have solves that work. And they all believe, as you should, that your solve is correct. At the end of the day, you just have to wait till Forrest makes it happen. And then if you are the person, you will get what you deserve. And if you're not, you'll get nothing. But there is no shenanigans, which is what I'm trying to say, which is why I'm giving you that information. Now, you don't want to hear that information because it doesn't suit your Cypher Soul 5. But I'm telling you now, it's the home of Brown. That statement's made for a reason. The home of Brown is better than Warm Waters Holt. The home of Brown is better than the Blaze. And if you were told the home of Brown, you could go right straight to it. So, in your solve, go straight to the home of Brown. Forget everything else. If you can't do that, maybe your solve is wrong. That's all I'm saying. Because that's what Forrest said. Who keeps saying, oh, I'm Gigi? No, don't say that. That's worse. I don't mean Granny. There's a lightning Gigi that can't get out of his own way that I wouldn't like to be. I'd beat myself up if I was that Gigi. This knee is sore. Golden Key found it. I don't know what he found. Found my name. Not for my name. Oh, folks, just hang in there. No one can change anything if you're correct. Yeah, it can't be changed. 2020, Forrest had his answers and everything was set in motion. And now we wait for the end. And if you're the person, you'll get what you were promised. And if you're not the person, you won't get anything. But there's no shenanigans. There's just making it happen. And if you can't believe that, then you haven't solved the poem. I don't think, anyway. Don't say Fred. Yes, that's what he was talking about, Fred. You're at a disadvantage because you can't read the map. I know where the treasure is hidden, but if I were blind, even I couldn't go to that spot. Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. So if Forrest can't go to it, and if he were blind, then what does it say about the rest of us? I didn't say he couldn't solve the poem. I didn't say that. So he couldn't get to the spot or go to the spot. So Jack can search the grids for days and defy FF saying right straight to it. Well, I think that's the whole point of grid searching. It's because it is grid searched. You have to grid search it. Forrest was an archaeologist. That was what he would do. Surely. He would grid search it. So how else are you going to find it if you don't grid search it? I don't get why people don't see the subtle, I could be wrong. But, this person's an archaeologist. He would definitely grid search something. He's definitely making a map. So if you grid search a map, what would you call it? You'd call it Google Earth. You call it Google Earth with all them squares on it. You call it Google Earth. Now, if you had a good map or Google Earth, you'd find it. If you knew the geographic location to each true clue, it'd be a map to the treasure. And on Google Earth, you could look at each little box and you could micro and macro the search area. The area is large, but the place is small or something like that. Well, negative denial connotation that comes straight from effort. No. America, USA. I'll tell you what, you lot better practice that. For when he said, read what Gigi said, you and Davey are cowards and know nothing, you are a liar. I'm a liar. Even though he found the information that I told him. Okay. So you people that think you found the chest and I tell you something that proves you didn't, I'm now a liar. Okay. It doesn't matter anyway. It doesn't matter if I'm a liar. It doesn't matter if I tell the truth. It doesn't matter if 100 people agree with me. It ain't going to make any difference. This has all been done. 2020 started the end. When something ends it, it will be over. And the real chase and the real fun and Pandora's box and all of that will happen. And whoever deserves anything in the chase will get that. And I mean that both ways. Those that deserve something good will get something good. And those that don't deserve something good will get something bad. I have to applaud. I'm not bothered. Not read what Gigi said. Gigi agreed with me. No, Gigi put on. Well, he might have agreed with you. I don't mind if he agrees with you or not. That's irrelevant. What is relevant is the information that you got from Gigi that says, which Golden Key put in as well, if I were blind, even I could not go to the spot. What's that saying about a blind man, Troy? Even if Forrest was blind, he knows where the treasure is. He knows where it is. Even if he were blind, he could not get there. Go there. Now, I'm not lying about the things that I tell you, but I do get annoyed when you don't listen to what I am telling you. And I do get annoyed when you ask me to do something for you that you know I can't do. I cannot share. And I cannot have a panel. And I have a shit fucking computer that has a pink screen that makes it difficult to read. So you shouting at me through that screen is not very appreciative. I'm not trying to fall out with you. I'm trying to tell you the truth. You don't want to listen. But don't shout at me and don't call me a liar. I haven't lied to you. What you understand is up to you. But what I tell you is the truth. Not now, you're not, no. But you were looking for a chest. And you're still going on about the chest. You're still going on about your soul that found a chest. Why? It's a lure. It's a lure. Why are you still going on about it? Which means you haven't solved the poem. You haven't solved the poem. Anybody who says they found a chest has not solved the poem. It's as simple as that. And that's not a lie. That's not me trying to be clever. I'm stating a fact. If you've only found a chest, you don't know who the hair belongs to. You don't know when this started. You don't know the story. You don't know how it will end, why it will end, what the something is. You have no idea. That is all I'm saying. Now, if you want to claim that you found a chest, fine. It's the lure. Fine. You found a chest and it's the lure. But guess what? 30, 40, 50 of you have done that. Bearing in mind there's 109 rules, there could be 109 of you, for all I know. Because a rule is a solve. Now, if Forrest, I was talking about the poem with the rules and the souls moving up. If Forrest had 109 souls that he gave you to 109, and he got those answers back, guess what he would do? This is a good solve. Well, crap solve. Put it down there. Oh, this is a really good solve out there. This is a good solve. This is a good solve. And guess what? There would have to be a number one. There would have to be a number one. A rule is a solve. He had 109 of them. There would have to be one that would go to the top. Guess which solve that is? Chess solve, 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 chess solve. Oh, treasure solve. Treasure solve. Somebody gave him a treasure solve, not a chess solve. A treasure solve. Somebody gave him a treasure solve. Found where I wanted to die. There you go. All of you who found a chest, maybe you did. Maybe you gave Forrest those 108 answers. But somebody gave him a treasure solve. That goes to the top of the pile. Now, that will stay like that until something ends the chase. And we wait, because that's what Forrest said. The treasure will be waiting. Peggy will be waiting. That's exactly what Forrest said. So now we wait. If you solve the poem, you'll know why we're waiting. If you didn't solve the poem, you will be waiting to find out if you found the correct chest. If you found the correct chest. Because remember, there's two things going on here. There's the big picture and there's the lure. Now, if you found the lure, maybe you get something. Maybe you get title to the gold. Maybe you get the treasure. But you have to wait for it. Now, in the interview, Forrest, does the finder get to keep the chest and the contents? Well, I said in my poem, I'll give you title to the gold. So that means no. You ain't getting nothing out of that chest. You get title to the gold. So you 108 people that found a chest, one of you out of the 108 may have found a chest that gives you title to the gold. May have. Or maybe the person who found the treasure took that off you. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not Forrest Fenn. And I can't say that you are correct. And I can't say that you are wrong. These are all factual statements. Because your souls are in the poem. All of them. And they could be on that list. And you could be in that Rolodex from Forrest Fenn that he talked about, that he knew about your family and everything. That Rolodex with your soul on it. Now, if I was Forrest Fenn and these 108 people with a chest were expecting something because they found the chest and they were happy to wait, like I said, if I was Forrest, waiting for me, waiting for the treasure. Peggy was waiting, the treasure was waiting. If you're one of those 108 people and I was Forrest and you were happy to wait, guess what? You'd get something. You would get something. But if you're one of them 108 people that is giving me the sort of shit that I'm getting if I'm Forrest and I'm getting this sort of shit, or the sort of shit that he was getting, or the sort of shit that his family was getting, guess what? You ain't getting jack. You ain't getting jack. You see how that works? 4 years on. You see how that works? 108 people have a chest. One person has a treasure. How many people left in the chase, found a chest, saying good things about Forrest Fenn? Not many. So I hope I'm wrong. I really do. I hope Forrest didn't care if you bitched at him, if you slapped at him, if you insulted his family, if you insulted him, if you threatened anyone, if you accused anyone. I hope he just thought, well, yeah, they're human beings, you know, they're going to do these things. I hope he was happy with you. Because if he wasn't, I'll tell you what, out of that 108, ain't going to be many left. Ain't going to be many left. Now, I don't care if I'm not the solver. It's not about me. I don't care if Davey's not the solver. It's not about Davey. I like Davey. Davey's my friend. But I don't care if he's not the solver. Because it's not about him. It's about Forrest Fenn doing this magical thing where everybody's a winner. That's what it's about. And there should only be one person that gets any sort of recognition, just like the man with the Rosetta Stone. It's Forrest Fenn. Only person. Now, if you can't see that, I'm sorry, I can't help you. Can't help you. If you can't see that this is about Forrest Fenn and he's the only person that should get the recognition, can't help you. So I hope all you people who say you found a chest, one of you's correct. And you get to lord it over everyone else. But I tell you what, there is still going to be a king, and his name is still going to be Forrest Fenn, and you will still have to bow to him. You will still have to bow to him. Because guess what? He has a hole card. You don't. You have no idea what's going to happen. None. Zero, zilch, nada. You have no idea what's going to happen. I can tell you now, I hope you have not upset him in all the things that you've said and done. There is only one team. It's Team Forrest. There is only one way that this is going to end. He is going to be a winner. He was always going to be a winner. Always going to be a winner. And you were supposed to follow in his footsteps, share in his passion, and enjoy his adventure. This was not, I repeat, not about making one person rich. Never was. It was not about making one person rich. Maybe making himself rich. Maybe taking it with him. I'll give him that. Make himself rich. Take it with him. Told Ralph Lauren, that's what this was about. If I can't take it with me, I'm not going. So he makes himself rich and takes it with him. But he wanted to ensure that everyone was a winner. How many people who claim they have the correct solve and found the chest are talking about sharing and making everybody a winner? Not one of you. Not one. There is not one person in the chase in the 4 years that I have heard that from. unless it's somebody that is not claiming to have found the chest. They're not claiming to have found the chest, but they are saying, Forrest, you can have it back. Actually, Paul claims that he's found the chest, and he said he could keep it, but he did say he wouldn't even take it in the first place. But you people are still claiming that you want this chest because you found it and you have the correct soul. So I'm starting to think, I would not want to be you if you were wrong, and I don't want to be you if you're right. I don't want to be you if you're right, because if you're going to behave like that, Forrest won't not give you it. He won't not give you it. But I've never been good with this. Always been. Yeah, aren't we all on the naughty list? Is my name on the list? Your name's first on the list, not the naughty list. You know, if there is 109 rules, and they are 109 souls, and I wouldn't put it past Forrest to have that. There are a lot of souls, trust me. I am not kidding you. I haven't counted them. I haven't counted the squares in the book. I haven't counted the squares in the poem for the solve. But those squares, they're not bullet points. A bullet point comes before what you need to know. These squares are at the end of the chapter in the book. So there's 109 rules, which could be 109 souls. And if the rules are clues, which they're a synonym of, then those rules get moved up as they become more important. Now, if the Homer Brown is more important, which is what Forrest said, then that rule, that clue, has to move up. Has to. So there's information. Choose to accept it. You don't have to. I don't care. It's not about me. It's not about you. Dictation. So if I win Marius, send it to them. Cheers, Steve. So if win, who wins? You win or me win? Okay, if I win, send it to the IRS. Gotcha. You have to give me your address and everything, though. It's up to the solver. The who and the where is up to the solver. You don't know the who. How can you be the solver if you don't know the who? I don't get it. Okay, how will you start with the guilt and try and say Forrest wanted everyone to win? Let's see. No, you did. That's what you wanted to do. Can everyone get along? Trying to find a way for everyone to win. He's done it. He's done it. Well, when something is a chase, that's not a tactic. It's a fact. Stop watching this clown shit. Oh, that's why you're still here, Troy. 5, he's telling you to stop watching it, but he's watching it. Crazy bloke. Yeah, he's a chase supervisor, but he doesn't know what the chase is about. He's trying posting because I can't see. Yeah, he's talking. He's saying good night. He's telling 5 to leave. Could you imagine if someone was watching the true color of show through everyone in a gunfight and get noticed? Talks crap. When have I talked crap about America? You're full of shit, you are. I talk crap about you because I said when that flag goes up, you for one better not be underneath it, and you for one better not salute it. And I mean that now, Troy. I'll try to be as nice as I can with you, but when you say something like that, trying to make out that I'm insulting your country when I have not done so, go fuck yourself. Stupid bloke. I haven't said nothing about America. If anything, I told you should be proud to be American and standing behind Forrest. So you talk shit. I don't know what you hear when you fucking listen. Oh, Troy, stop it, man. You're doing me head in now. Yeah, he's posting. He's winding me up. He's posting as why must I go? He must have blocked you, Luli. I haven't blocked you. Geodirk. Lily, he hasn't signed off. He's still here. Look, lucky for Mario, he is not within range. Troy, you would not last 2 seconds with me. I'm telling you that now. I'm telling you that now. And that's not bull and that's not bravado. That is not bull and that is not bravado. Don't even go there. Do not even go there. I'm trying to be nice to you. You're trying to be a fucking dick. Please don't get in my fucking view if I do go over there. Please don't do it. You will see how long you last. Now, I don't normally talk like that, but I'm telling you now, you start with that shit, I will fucking end it. I will. I will fucking end it. I will end you and I will end it. Do not accuse me of saying that America is a bad place. And do not say that you will take me out. Because I tell you now, it will never happen. Not even in your fucking dreams, it won't happen. That's not America. That's not America. That's not the place America. And that is not my statement. That has come from an American. It came from Forrest, not from me, from what I read in the poem. That is not my sentiment. I did say I can understand why Forrest said it, but I did not say it. And that's the difference between listening good and imagining what you think you hear and see. I have never accused you Americans of anything. I've told you what it says in the poem, and that didn't come from me. That came from Forrest, and I explained that. I have not belittled your country, and saying that Americans couldn't find it is a quote from Forrest out of the poem, potentially. It's not a thought of mine. It's not an idea of mine. It's not a concept of mine. It's not something I think. So please don't confuse that. It's not what I said. It's what I said I found in the poem. Two different things. So please don't anyone think that I don't think that you can do it. I'm telling you what it says in the poem, that American searchers can't solve this chase. That's not my thoughts. I don't say nothing bad about you lot. I think you lot are good people, and I hold your country in high regard. But I say what I think, and I say what I find in the poem, and I explain the two, but they're separate. My thoughts about you not being able to solve the poem, anybody could solve the poem as far as I knew. But I just told you what Forrest had wrote in the poem, what I found in the poem. So don't confuse the two. I haven't said Americans didn't solve it. I said that in the poem it says Americans won't solve it. That's what it says in the poem. American searchers can't solve it, or won't solve it, or didn't solve it, it says actually. Did it? Didn't? So, but it's not my thoughts. I didn't say, well, I think you Americans are stupid and you can't solve the poem. I didn't say that. No, I just said you didn't solve it, Five Leaf. That's why you went trying to find. Well, I just found Americans in the poem. Hey, Jack Jack. Why is who so upset? Troy? Because I think I proved that his solve is incorrect. You don't like it. I will fight next to anyone, but an arrogant, ignorant fool who is not worthy. Oh, cheers, Davey. No, I know you talk about Troy. I don't like word salads. You can make up anything. But you don't have to. I'm not talking about my soul. Like you lot try and put words in my mouth. I'm here today to talk about the words that Forrest used to tell us the answers. This is not about my salad solve or all of the other solves that I did. This is not about me saying I'm the solver, unlike you lot. Not you lot, but Granny was making a statement, Troy, etc. I'm not here to say I'm the solver. I'm here to say, look, here's information from Forrest Fenn that tells you what the answers are. You don't want to hear it. I'm telling you now, it's a true statement. If I told you the home of Brown, you go right straight to it. So why are you trying to make up these stupid solves that you say are correct? They can't be correct. They can't be. If I told you the home of Brown, you go right straight to it. The chest is at the home of Brown. Simple, done, finished. If I told you the home of Brown, you go right straight to it. Done. Get the home of Brown, you're there. How do I know that's the case? Because Forrest said, if you know the home of Brown, why are you worried about warm water salt? Oh, so now I've been told it's at the home of Brown, and I've been told I don't need to worry about warm water salt because I know the home of Brown. Then he said, if you know the home of Brown, why are you worried about the blaze? Holy crap. So I don't have to worry about the blaze. I don't have to worry about where warm water's halt because I can go right straight to it if I know the home of Brown. And that means that rule, that clue, goes to the top. So now I have the blaze, the home of Brown, and warm water's halt all the same thing. Not my thoughts. Nothing to do with me. Absolutely nothing to do with me. 3 statements from Forrest Fenn that say that. And then he gives you, people solve the first 2 clues, walk right by the chest. Well, guess what? Those 2 clues, if you have the home of Brown first and warm water second, or the other way, warm water's first and home of Brown second, but you should really have home of Brown first because you can go right straight to it if you know it. You have go to the home of Brown, wear warm waters, and see the blaze. 2 clues, home of Brown, warm waters. If you go past that point, guess what? You walk right by the chest because it's at the home of Brown, warm waters. At the home of Brown, warm waters. At the home of Brown, warm waters. That's what Forrest told you. That's how simple it is. And he told you the blaze was at the home of Brown. If you've been wise and found the blaze, look quickly down. He said that because the chest is at the home of Brown, and the blaze is where the chest is. So now you have those things that Forrest gave you early in the chase that nobody listens to. But what you need to know is just heavy loads of water high and get out of there. And when you do that, you know the place for the first time. You arrive back where you started and you know the place for the first time. Now, to me, that's simple. To me, that's easy. They're not my thoughts. Forrest told you, everybody, right straight to it if you know the home of Brown. So that has to be the first place. Has to be. Cannot be anything else. And it explains 2 clues going right by the chest. Because if the home of Brown is the 3rd or 4th clue, no. So, and again, it doesn't matter about that. I'm not bothered about that. I'm just telling you people, my friends, that Forrest said it. And it's important. And he said it to help. There's no shenanigans. There's no taking any chest off anybody. There's no, it's, if people have got their hands in the cookie jar, more fool them. They'll get sorted when this finishes. But there's no shenanigans, just information. Just the ability for somebody to go right straight to it. That's what you had to do. No searching. No searching. If not for my name, I would have nothing. Could mean the place, or it could mean the person behind this. But if you didn't know the story, it was important. The one thing that everyone's missing is important to the story. If you haven't got a story, how do you know you've got to solve? You have to have that important thing. Forrest was saying you haven't solved it because you don't know the one thing that's important to the story. You haven't solved it because you don't know the one thing that's important to the story. Well, if I know the one thing that's important to the story, I'll be able to solve it. And that's not talking about a chest. That's talking about the story. That's talking about finding a way for everyone to win. That's talking about taking it with me. All of those things that are separate to the law that everybody was looking for. Now, I'm not trying to be clever. I'm not trying to tell you to suck eggs. I'm telling you, Forrest has done something amazing. He's given everybody the opportunity to follow in that passion, to follow in those footprints, to join the adventure. He gave everybody that opportunity. But he didn't do it for one person to be rich. Didn't do it for one person. Did it for everybody. Now, if you're selfish to believe that he only did it for one person and you expect to get something because you found a chest, then get in the line with 108 others that did the same thing. But I hope that you're the person that found the correct chest. And I hope that you were nice to Forrest and his family. And I hope that you were nice to all the other searchers, because Forrest wanted everybody to get along. You may take a dim view of people not getting along. I don't know. I'm not Forrest Fenn. Everyone solver. Solver might be a very high job somewhere. All this is happening over one solve. But it's all happening for Forrest. It's not happening for... This wasn't done for the... I think I did a Star Trek quote. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few, don't they? I think that's the quote. So, the world's gone to shit. Forrest knew it, and he wanted to do something to sort it out. Could he? Could he? Well, we may find out if Forrest could affect the future. Now, everybody who's looking for a chest forgets all of those things that were said. Unless it relates to the chest. Unless it relates to their soul. Could Forrest affect the future? What does that mean? What does that mean? So this is not about us. It's never about us. Somebody's hands, golden key correction. So here is a true story. I sent an email to Forrest that I was at my location in Cody. He emails me back, and when you go in, go down and to the right. I knew. Right, okay. There you go, correction. I don't know what the correction's for. That's true. And Richard said that's true. When you go straight right, you go from bad to good. Bad to good. Good, yeah, maybe. Yeah, you go from bad to good. There could be a lot of things. Oh, I don't know what these people talk about. I don't know what that means. Ockney lied about my age. It's 66 for a bit long. I don't know what Ockney means. Same thing, said 300 times a day. Yeah, okay, matey, yeah. Yeah, I'm going as well. It's 26, so. He said the wind, yes, that's another thing as well. He said the wind can affect it. Carbonara effect, and it was wet. Yeah, people don't. I've tried to say those things, but people don't want to listen to that. You know, he knows the chest is wet. He's not making a silly state. He knows it's wet, and then he explains why he knows it's wet. So you can be pretty certain the chest is wet, or there has to be a reason why he says it. Now, if you don't have that reason, it's hard to believe that the soul's correct. But it's not just one reason. Everything that Forrest said is an answer to the answers, if you're looking for a chest or looking for a treasure. So everything is there to help you. And if you understand them, it's one step closer. You're following those footprints and you get one step closer. Now, Forrest couldn't end the chase if he wanted to, which means you can't end the chase. It 100% means that. You cannot end the chase. Well, if you can't end the chase, that means finding the chest is nothing to do with the chase. No, something to do with the chase, but nothing to do with the chase ending. Nothing to do with the chase ending. So that means, like Forrest said, you are waiting. Now, that could be a rule. That could be a rule. That could be a solve. That could be a clue. That could be a hint. Because waiting is a synonym. And it might not be waiting in the waiting that you think of. It could be waiting as WEIGHT. Ing. Be waiting. Maybe you lost 22 pounds, didn't even know it. Could be waiting, not waiting. Because remember, Forrest gave us those synonyms and those words that weren't quite right. But as long as a person knows what you're talking about, remember the right and right that you put in the scrapbook, I think it was, and the tail and the tail. And Jackie Kennedy was easy. And I wasn't short of tenacity. I talked about the butterfly and the flutterby. There's reasons why Forrest said them things. And they're answers to the answers. Or they're hints. Or they're rules. So I try to understand what Forrest was saying. Put that information into the poem. Get that information from the poem. Because that's where Forrest was putting it. He was telling stuff. And that stuff was in the poem. So leave your friend in the car. Might have something to do with the answers. You know, if you know beginning where warm waters halt, might have something to do with the answers. It might not be talking about chest. It could be talking about, you know, the treasure. The last bit. So why is it that I must go down to, probably goes right down to the bottom. But it might stop a line or two above, can't remember. From there and across the poem is the hair. You know who it is. You know who it is. You don't need the DNA. You know who it is. You know why it is who it is. If you solve the poem. So it's possible. Something ends the chase. Forrest made something happen, and we're all winners. That can only be a good thing. And it's possible that out of the 108 people, somebody found a chest in the Rocky Mountains. Now, it might be possible that the solver found both, a chest in the Rocky Mountains and a treasure. Or three things. Might have found some gold in a chest, in a book. So Maybe possible that that person, found everything, or it may be possible that they found one thing. But what is certain is, this is absolute certainty, it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant to the big picture. This happens without a solver. There doesn't need to be a solver. Maybe there weren't supposed to be a solver or a finder. Maybe this was for Forrest to take it with him and for this to go on forever and ever and ever. Maybe that was the case. If that's the case, fine. Nobody solved it. Forrest made it happen as he said he would, and everyone's still a winner. This is not about a solver, other than Forrest solving something, other than Forrest finding something. Because he found a way. That's what we were saying. He found a way, and he made it happen. But therefore, if he made it happen, he solved it. So, it's not difficult to believe in a maverick unless you want something for yourself. Now, at the end of all this, if there is somebody who found a chest, the lure, the little thing, if somebody found that, it's possible they get something. But I can assure you now, there's not going to be, if there was, 108 people finding those 108 rules or souls. I don't believe that they still figuring it. But I could be wrong. Forrest could be such a nice person that it doesn't matter if you're a dick, he'll still give you something. He'll still give you something. And that's how I feel, really. I said to Davey, everybody's the same. Everybody's treated the same. There are some people better than others, but you can understand why some of them are missed. Anyway, I better go. Good night, Richard. I don't know who's saying good night to. Good night, Davey B. Speak to you later, mate. Night, Luli, Richard and all. Night, Richard. Night, Luli. Night, John Boy. Night, Grandad. Night, Mary Ellen. I don't think he solved it yet. Laugh out loud. Who? The solver? Yeah. Oh, Forrest. Yeah, he solved it. He's just lightning. He's a dick. Stupid horse. Stupid Gigi. Stupid Gigi. He had to let go of the reins, And then found them in the morning. So I think that's where we're at. I think in order to make it happen, Forrest was holding on to the reins too much. And there had to be a negotiation between the horse and the rider. Forrest was getting a sore bum. Had to sit on the handkerchief. So I'm thinking, letting go of the reins, bending a bit, made it easier for Gigi to get along. Do you know why? Ended most of the scrapbooks with the words, good luck. Good luck? No, I've never looked at that. I've never even thought about it. I don't know. All of Buffalo Cody's letters also ended with the words, good luck. I never even thought about that. But now that you said it, I'll probably find it in the book. No, I didn't know that. I do know that, Deadwood was an interesting place because of Calamity Jane. Was it Hickok? Can't remember if it was Cody or Hickok there. Who else was there? Somebody else was there. Got to go. Yes. Good night, everyone. I've got to go. It's 5:50. Hawaii 5:0. Let the horse find its own way. Yeah. So, there's this awkward horse and we're waiting. We're waiting for it. So thanks everyone for watching. Even if Troy's still here and Five and everyone else, I don't have any beef with anyone. I don't appreciate people, being hot-headed and saying things that aren't very nice to anybody, let alone me. And I'm fairly easygoing, but I tell you what, don't upset me, because there is some Italian in me, and it doesn't take much to make it happen. F had a sore bum from riding. Yes, he did. Had a sore bum. Used a hanky. Cattle company means cowboy. Yeah, doing that Laramie stuff in early days. That was why it was definitely Wyoming, because Jack said, the cowboy state, sitting under a tree, blah, blah, blah. And he said the cowboy state. So it's like, well, you already know it's Wyoming, because he was sitting under a tree, Just let go, Mario. Let the hunt flow. Like I say, I can't deny that it's there, but in the back of my mind, if you go to the home of Brown, it doesn't help the cipher be correct. But could be wrong. Could be wrong. And it doesn't tell me about the story either. Cipher doesn't tell me about the story. And I can get to Dinosaur in Colorado because of two letters, OD. When you read the poem differently, I haven't told you about that as much. I've told you. But if you do the poem to the letter and you read it down, you can get a story. And in that story, it talks about going by way of the dinosaur. But I haven't explained that too much. But it also talks about a queen and Blackfoot, and it could also take you up to a place at the top of Montana called Forrest Fenn Road. But who knows? What do I know? You know what I mean? We are not holding the reins, Five Leaf. We were commenting on that part of the book. Yeah, we're not holding the reins. It's just like, oh, let the butt hurt flow. Yeah. See that? Try and work out why you do that, M. That's my sign for people that I trust. If I give that sign out, it means that, I trust you. I gave that to Forrest, Paul, Davey B, obviously, other people, which means that I trust them. I don't want to say too many people, otherwise. Good evening, good night. Yeah, sorry, Tigger. Good morning, good evening. We'll comment on that part of the book. Yeah, I'm going. Better go. Thank you 29 people, for sticking out with me. Sorry about the altercation, as it were, but it's difficult when somebody doesn't listen and you just keep saying the same things over and over. It's it's not good. So thank you for watching. Remember, this is about Forrest, not about us, and something will end this, and everybody should go home happy when that happens, or unless they're already home. Thanks again. Ciao for now. Take care, everyone. See you soon.